You want to help out. And next week, yeah, I will. I think we will. Thank you. I know.
No problem, I understand.
Yeah. What will be, and we got some of the things set out.
That look right?
Let me see if Michael has a.
Cool. You're welcome. I'm gonna copy it to my laptop over here, and then I'll give you back your flash drive.
Justin, we ready to go? All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We'll get started now. This is the first meeting of the House Disaster Mitigation and Resiliency Study Committee. I'm the chairman, Representative Clint Crow, and I want to welcome you to Jackson and Butts County, my home. You're in the middle of the 118th district, so welcome. Glad to have you all here. Real quick, just some logistical things. Does anybody need the Wi-Fi access and password if you don't have it? If you don't, we'll give it to you because it's fun. We make use of our resources here. The Wi-Fi access account is Butts County Courts Guest. That's the network. And the password is beautiful with a capital B, space, Butts with a capital B. This is beautiful Butts County. If you came in on Highway 16 and exit 205, you'll see our water tower. And, you know, great place with a funny name. We make the best of it. So glad to have y'all here. Before we start, I'd like to ask Chairman Collins, if he would, to open us in a word of prayer.
Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for assembling this room full of professionals to help better the response that we have to natural disasters here in this state, Lord. I thank you that you brought everyone here together. I pray that we will be able to debate and listen and discuss these points as we move forward today to make our state and our communities a better place. Lead, guide, and direct these conversations, and for that we'll give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. For your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. All right, as we start, I want to introduce everybody. I've already obviously introduced myself. Our other committee members, before we start, we have one committee member that's not able to be here, Representative Edna Jackson from down in Savannah, having some medical issues she's been dealing with and not able to travel, so we miss her being here, but look forward in future meetings. We're planning to have one down in Savannah, so we hope to be able to have her with us there. So we miss having her today, and I'll start on the end down here with Chair Lady Lynn Smith. You want to say a few words of greeting and introduce yourself?
Got it. Good morning, everyone. I'm looking forward to working on this committee and the fact that the House and the state of Georgia is making every effort it can to see what humans can do to control all of the different natural resource issues we're having to deal with now. I represent Noonan, Georgia, and we were hit by an F4 tornado in 2021. And anything we can do to be preemptive and also at the other end of it, be helpful to the citizens of Georgia. So I'm honored to serve with y'all. Thank you.
To my immediate left, Chairman Jay Collins.
Thank you, Clint, for having this meeting down here. I think it's very important that as we talk about our response to natural disasters and issues that we face in our state, to bring stakeholders together, just to have discussions to make sure, if nothing else, everybody has those channels to communicate in. Having served in local government for a number of years before I transitioned to the House, I've always had a good working relationship with my sheriffs and fire and EMS, and just hopefully that we can cultivate that at the state level and continue to, as we grow. Everybody knows Georgia's the 8th most populous state in the nation, and that means we have to work harder to continue to be able to communicate with those folks that we need during natural disasters. So thank you all for taking the time out of your day to be here with us, and look forward to seeing what comes from these committee meetings.
Thank you very much. It's really great to have both of these chairpersons with us at this meeting. Chair Lady Smith chairs the Natural Resources and Environment Committee, and Chairman Collins serves as the chairman of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee, which I'm honored to get to be the vice chair of that committee and serve with him. So we, we have a lot of.
For 6 more months.
Yeah, he's retiring. He decided not to come back, so we try not to call him a quitter because it seems kind of ugly to call him a quitter, but I mean he ain't coming back. So We'll miss having him with us, but it's been great to serve with you. Yeah, nah, he's the happiest guy around. But it's been great to serve with both of these folks, and there's a lot of expertise and years of experience that comes from being in those positions, and so I think we've got a great group to talk about this. One thing I do want to mention, just as we get started, is kind of what this is and what it isn't. We are looking at ways to handle natural disasters, both up front, ways to mitigate the effects of them, and ways to recover faster, better from them. You know, we're not talking about causes. We're not talking about frequency. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about the fact that storms have happened and are going to happen again, as we saw evidenced a couple of weeks ago down in South Georgia and along the coast. As our state grows, Chairman Collins mentioned, we're the 8th most populous state in the country, and we're growing, both in people and in infrastructure. And as we do that, the impact from these storms is going to continue to be greater, and loss of lives and dollars of damage. So we had a storm here. The one reason that I wanted to, besides it being my home community and wanting to invite everybody here and enjoy the fantastic lunch we're going to have, we had a storm much like Chair Lady Smith and them had over in Coweta County. A year and a half ago, January of 2023, we had a series of really strong storms come through our area, through Spalding County and Butts County. In fact, initially from the initial impact of the storms, there was one loss of life. A 5-year-old child was in a car that a tree fell on. That was on Haley Road. That's 1 mile from my house. I was in Atlanta at the time. The tornado literally came down the other side of our street. My wife and kids were there. I was on the phone with them when it happened. And, we've recently felt the impacts of it. We've had some things in place that helped us respond initially, and some things that helped us recover quicker, and probably some things that we could look at in the future that would make us better prepared. So I thought this would be a great place to start off. And as we move forward, we'll move to different parts of the state. Definitely Savannah. We're hoping to get to some other areas, but time constraints and bandwidth may not allow us to do that. It's trying to have 4 meetings, but there's a lot of study committees going on, and people are stretched pretty thin. So I don't know that we'll make all 4, but we'll definitely try to have as much conversation about it as we can. So with that said, I think we'll go ahead and get started because we want to be mindful of time and appreciate everybody's time being here. We'll get started with Stephen Clark, State Hazard Mitigation Officer at GEMA.
I'd like to thank the committee for holding this hearing about this very important topic. First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Stephen Clark. I'm the State Hazard Mitigation Officer at the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. I've worked there for 24 years in various capacities, and I've been the State Hazard Mitigation Officer for the past 4 years. First, in keeping with the name of the study committee, Hazard Mitigation and Resilience, I'd like to start with a couple of definitions as far as FEMA defines these terms. FEMA defines hazard mitigation as any sustainable action that reduces or eliminates long-term risk to people and property from future disasters. Really what mitigation tries to do is break the cycle of long-term damage, reconstruction, the infrastructure getting damaged again. So mitigation aims to break that cycle. And FEMA defines resilience as the ability to prepare for threats, hazards, and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover rapidly from disruptions. So in this framing, I see hazard mitigation as being just a part of resilience. Resilience, includes preparedness and the ability to recover from disasters. The most important of my department's priorities is our state hazard mitigation plan. We are required to have a hazard mitigation plan to receive disaster funding, and communities must also have a local hazard mitigation plan. The hazard mitigation process includes identifying hazards, defining risk, analysis of vulnerabilities, and developing strategies to reduce vulnerability and risk. In our state, we go above and beyond the basic hazard mitigation plan, and we have what's called an enhanced mitigation plan. The enhanced mitigation plan means we meet certain additional requirements for planning, plus demonstrate a program capability to handle the disaster dollars that come in. And what the enhanced status means is for the past 15 years we've been in an enhanced state, and that's resulted in an additional $67 million coming into the state for hazard mitigation due to that enhanced status. So we're really proud of that. In addition to the state plan, my team works closely with the local governments. We secure funding for their hazard mitigation plan updates, all 159 counties, and we are probably on our, depending on the county, third, fourth, or fifth cycle of updating their plans. And that's our first priority when we get the funding, is making sure we have the money to fund the planning. What we also do is administer hazard mitigation grants, and there's two basic types. There's pre-disaster mitigation, and then there's post-disaster mitigation. In post-disaster mitigation, we have the hazard mitigation grant program. This is money that comes available after disasters for hazard mitigation projects. This is extra money on top of the recovery money. There's also a FEMA pre-disaster mitigation program, which is called the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program. That is an annual program that has a portion, there's a small set aside that goes to the state, and there is a much larger national competition. And then there's flood mitigation assistance, and that is a mitigation program targeted towards removing properties that are participating in the National Flood Insurance Program, things like acquisitions, elevations, projects that reduce the potential for future damages to those properties. So why do we do mitigation? One reason is it saves money. The National Institute of Building Sciences did a study, and for FEMA's hazard mitigation programs, they estimate for every dollar spent, we save $6 in avoided future losses. Okay, so who is eligible to apply for hazard mitigation grants? They must be a state agency, a local government, or in the case of the post-disaster program, HMGP, they can be private nonprofits. They must have the project must be where there's an approved mitigation plan, and they must be in good standing with the National Flood Insurance Program. So the type of eligible projects, well, to be eligible, it must be an eligible project type, which we'll get to in just a second. They must be technically feasible. They must go through a rigorous benefit cost analysis as a requirement of the program, and we must use a FEMA approved methodology in that, and that can be quite technical and complex, which only allows us to do certain project types. There's a lot of good mitigation ideas out there that, because of the constraints of the program and the rules, that we can't necessarily do those types of projects because we can't do the benefit cost analysis. So that's a barrier we face, but we work through that. And then these projects must meet all the federal requirements, which are quite extensive. So types of mitigation projects. What do we do with this money? We do property acquisitions. We've done about 1,500 property acquisitions across the state over the 35 years of the program. we can do elevation of structures, of homes, individual homes. And jumping back to the property acquisition, that's all voluntary. We can't go in and say, force somebody to sell their house. It must be voluntary on the part of the property owner. We get that question a lot. People are afraid we're going to use eminent domain and go in and take the property. No, this is a purely voluntary program. We do flood risk reduction projects. These are stormwater improvements, dam upgrades, those types of projects, kind of physical engineering projects. Community safe rooms. Several communities have built safe rooms. Secondary power source generators. That's become a huge, huge project type for us. And having worked in the State Operations Center, in many, many, many disasters, that is one of the biggest things that the state works on, is trying to get generators for communities. And so we're hoping through these efforts that we'll be ready for that and have more generators out there to help. And that's really because a lot of the communications technologies rely on power. And then we also have capability and capacity building projects, which are, we can use a small portion of the money for things kind of beyond planning. So what type of dollars are we talking about? Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Over the life of the program, we've spent about $330 million. That's about a 30 to 35 year time frame. But currently, in open disasters and applications that are pending FEMA approval, we have about $188 million. So, you know, the previous 25 years of the program, we were dealing with about $143 million, and in this just small time frame, it's that, you know, same amount of money plus. The Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities program, we have currently open or award or pending FEMA approval, $42 million. And then in the program history, there used to be a program, Built Brick is a new program. It's really an old program called Pre-Disaster Mitigation that was rebranded as Brick. So in that pre-disaster mitigation program, we had spent about $37 million in the previous 20 years of the life of that program. And then FMA, we spent about $10 million over the life of the FMA program, and I didn't put it here, but we have about $1.5 million that is pending FEMA approval. So how are we spending this money? This is a chart that shows our current projects or our pending projects pending approval. We have about $80 million in the open projects, and the rest is pending FEMA approval. The current HMGP projects by type, if you look at the flood risk reduction, acquisition, and elevation, those total up to about 51% of our current spending for mitigation projects. And the next biggest category is the secondary power source generators, which has become a very popular project type, and we have hundreds of applications for hundreds of generators currently in the pipeline. And this is the projects, we put some priority on in ranking and prioritizing projects according to our state hazard mitigation strategy. But a lot of the demand is driven at the local level. What do local governments feel they need? So that reflects that. And then I'd like to talk about our partners. We couldn't do hazard mitigation, and especially resilience is there's a lot of people working in this area. Georgia DNR, they had the floodplain management unit. We work closely with them. Safe Dams Program. Coastal Resources Division does a tremendous amount of resilience work. So I want to kind of recognize the work they're doing. DCA, they handle a program called Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, which is another funding source that comes in after disasters. And we've worked closely with them and kind of modeling a program Coastal Resources Division set up to develop recovery plans for the coastal counties. We've worked with DCA to fund the Southwest Georgia counties in developing recovery plans. So just want to kind of recognize those partners. DCA also has building codes. We've worked with them in the past. There's a set of building codes, disaster resilient building codes that technically local governments may adopt voluntarily. It's not mandatory, but the disaster resilient building codes are an option for local governments. And then also our university partners. We work closely with the Information Technology and Outreach Service with UGA. They run what's called a HAZUS, which is a GIS product that estimates risk and vulnerability. And they run those for each county plan that we do and for the state plan. And also we have a current project in with the Institute for Resilient Infrastructure and Systems that's going to look at 2 communities, and they're working on redevelopment plans. And what we're trying to do is build mitigation and resilience into that process. So trying to spread, and not just the hazard mitigation world, not just keep resilience as part of the hazard mitigation plan, but make sure it's incorporated in all that we do. And then also our federal partners, FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers, we work very closely with them as well. So that kind of wraps up an overview of GMA's hazard mitigation programs. I'd be happy to answer any questions or.
Okay, thank you. Any of the committee members have questions that you want to ask?
I had one or a
All right,
couple
Chairman Collins.
more comments, I guess, than anything. So out of the 159 counties in this state, there's a GMA director for each and every county. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of that GMA director's role is to make sure that that county has resources, the availability to resources if there's a natural disaster. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the things I've always thought was very important was that secondary power source, especially for nursing facilities throughout the state. Can you elaborate or expand on that a little bit? Can those nursing facilities apply for a grant to be able to get secondary power to those locations?
Yes, sir. Under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program,
Okay.
Since nonprofits are eligible, they sometimes can apply as a nonprofit,
Right.
but a lot of them are kind of technically under hospital authorities.
Right.
So in these grants are usually a 75% federal
Right.
share with a 25% local share. The state and declared disaster counties will add an additional 10% for local governments.
Right.
So in some cases, we're even able to work out that local government, that 10% local government share for these nursing homes if they're part of an authority.
Sure.
So we definitely are happy to accept applications from nursing homes.
That's just one of the issues I think that, affects not just coastal Georgia, but all across the state. If you had a tornado, if you had some type of natural disaster that knocked out power for an extended period of time, we certainly don't want first responders having to go to those nursing homes and transport patients because they don't have power at those facilities. So to me,
Yes,
that's something that we could work towards rather quickly, is to see that happens. I know there's been a lot of situations where, you've seen these nursing facilities, especially down in Katrina where you had the floods on the coast over in Louisiana. And these facilities are just basically islands at that point when they don't have the ability to care for themselves. And then you have to take first responders in to respond to situations going on there. So I was just curious about
Yes, sir.
that.
During Hurricane Michael, I was working in the State Operations Center one night, and there was a nursing home in Southwest Georgia that was without power. It was for extended amount of time,
Right.
several days, and the temperatures were getting hotter and
Right.
hotter and hotter, and that was a huge priority for us. And we, in fact, received some generators from New Jersey to help us out
Right.
during Hurricane Michael. So, yes, generators have become a big focus of the program.
Can you, for the benefit of the study committee here, can you just mention kind of a roundabout figure of standby generators that GEMA has in storage that could be deployed if a natural disaster hit? Do you have any idea how many that would be?
It's 12 to 16. We have other partners that have generators. Other state agencies do. Also, the Georgia Rural Water Association works really closely with us during SOC activations to make sure they're bringing generators they have to bear.
Okay. And one of the other things you mentioned too is how vitally that secondary power source is going to be for communication as we move towards more voice over IP and these communication devices that utilize the internet. You know, it's one thing to be able to stand there and key up a mic and be able to shoot a signal 35, 40 miles to another tower, but now we're relying on the internet to provide communications and having those secondary power sources at those units to make sure we can go from tower to tower to tower. That's another thing that's vitally important to securing communication in a disaster.
Yes.
Right, Cheerleader Smith.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm glad we're not getting a test. It's amazing what we're able to do and pull together for our state-type natural disasters. My question goes to the buckets of money, and at the federal level, they're a huge resource to us, and then at the state level, we fund as well, and then at some local levels. But as you watch the news and pick up on what's going on nationally, I'm just aware of the fact that this money is not unlimited, and for policy for our state legislators, how do we see a forecast? I mean, what do we think the federal government? I mean, it means more taxes, whichever way we look at how to solve this, but at some point, I just see cutoffs of funding coming from national government to our state governments, and so is that part of the mitigation resilience thinking process that goes on? I can just see limits. You know, hello Georgia, you're the 8th most populous. We can only help you to this extent, but by the way, in California or the Midwest or somewhere, they're in a lot more trouble than y'all are. So how much preparedness do we need to look at policy-wise? Just your advice, not that you're telling us what to do, but I see that as a very long-range, difficult problem for our state and other states.
Yes, there are many more projects that could be funded that aren't just due to a lack of money. One of the things we've run into kind of paradoxically, there are limitations to the amount of money, but there's been a huge influx of money. And that presents its own challenges just from an administrative standpoint of being able to handle those funds. And particularly with building resilient infrastructure in communities, it's a highly competitive national program. And that requires a lot of resources, a lot of work to develop good quality applications for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I had just a couple of questions, sort of piggybacking on both of those topics. The first, we were talking about secondary power sources, and Chairman Collins specifically mentioned, communications through internet. What kind of availability do we have to support internet when internet goes down? And the reason I ask, those storms we had in January of last year, one of the hospitals in my district in Jasper County, Jasper Memorial Hospital, was without internet for about 2 weeks. and they were completely unable to operate. They have voice over IP phones, all of their stuff, communication, everything's done through internet. And they were really, I talked to them nearly every day trying to get help. And, and their provider was working hard to try to get it back up. But are there any systems available or anything that any technology that we see that could be employed to help communicate when internet lines go down? Satellite link ups or anything like that we could provide?
That's a great question. It's a little kind of out of my area of expertise at GEMA. We have a communications department, and they handle that. I do know that we do have some capabilities where we can bring in satellite communications and support. I'm thinking of one of the counties in central Georgia, their EOC went down, and I know we brought in some satellite communication capability to get them back up and running.
Okay, yeah, that would be great to have. And then finally, what would you say if you made a wish list, top 1, 2, or 3 things that we could do to help support your efforts and give y'all what you need to respond to these?
I think number 1 would be to continue allowing for the 10% state match for disaster declared counties. That's been a tremendous help for these local communities, because even the 25% match I would say for the majority of our counties, that's a stretch too. And even when they're getting 75 cents on the dollar, it's a stretch. So that 10% match is a big help. Encouraging resilience throughout state government, and that all agencies have a mind towards resilience, that when they're developing their plans, they're thinking about, are we helping the situation or are we hurting the situation? So I think that would be another big element, is ensuring that the state has that kind of focus.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And our next presenter is going to be Dr. Brian Bledsoe. He is the director of the Institute for Resilient Infrastructure Systems at the University of Georgia. And while we're getting him set up, I want to correct an oversight on my part. During the introductions, I forgot to introduce some very important people, one of whom is up there actually getting him set up, and that's Michael Satterfield, our policy analyst from the House Budget and Research Office. Michael has been integral in this process. He is the House Budget and Research Office is critical to everything we do, and he's been great. Also, Justin and Stu from the House Media Services, they enable us. Every one of our meetings are live streamed and recorded and archived. So I've already had a couple of texts from people who were watching online, and so it's appreciate them coming and doing that. Kate Alexander, Legislative Counsel. She's our lawyer, just in case, to keep us out of trouble, hopefully. And then Christina Ty and Megan Mercer and Marcy and all of their team, and the Pew Charitable Trust folks that really spearheaded this. They're the ones that kind of started this conversation with me and got me interested in it, and it led to this study committee being formed. So thank y'all all for all your input. They've been great to work with, and been a real help in formulating our conversation moving forward. So I apologize for not making those introductions earlier, but thank y'all for being here and all your support. So and now I guess Dr. Bledsoe, are you ready?
I am.
All right, let's have it.
All right. Good morning. Thanks to the committee for having me this morning. I appreciate it. And I'm delighted to see you all elevating this conversation about resilience. I think it's very timely, and I'm grateful for that. And good to be here in beautiful Butts. Things are kind of jammed up in Athens right now with the students coming back. Once again, they got younger this year, as they always do. So I am Brian Bledsoe. I'm a water resources engineer by training. I'm a licensed professional civil engineer, and as Representative Crow indicated, I am the founding director of the Institute for Resilient Infrastructure Systems at UGA since 2016. I'm from up in northwest Georgia around Dalton, Calhoun, a little town called Resaca, Georgia. Came back home to Georgia in 2016, and we started up IRIS. I'll tell you just very briefly a little bit about IRIS because I think it has a little bearing on this process. IRIS is an institute at UGA that's made up of over a dozen different disciplines and colleges and departments, from engineers to policy experts to environmental scientists and weather people. And these are folks that play well with the other kids, and we're a lean and mean team, and we try to build long-term relationships with communities to fulfill our land grant mission of supporting communities and making people's lives better. And so I think, and we work a lot with the private sector. I was in private practice and state government as an engineer before I went into academia, and we strongly believe in forging those partnerships across sectors. So one message here is that it's really important to have all the different expertise at the table, the economists, the folks that can make the business case for resilience, which there is a good business case for it. So I commend you for bringing together all these different voices. One thing you're going to hear me talk about today is maybe a broader vision of what infrastructure is compared to what you often hear. We work a lot on these systems made out of concrete and steel and asphalt and pipes and power lines and all that, but we also try to recognize the infrastructure that is our natural systems, the forests that clean our water up, the dunes and the marshes down on the coast that protect us from, their speed bumps and shock absorbers against storms. So in our view, we've got to, when we think about resilience, we got to think about these built systems, but we also have to think about the natural systems that protect us from these hazards. And so part of our mission is to think about how, this is a coastal example, but how can the built systems like the seawall or the rock revetment there work together with the natural systems to deliver more benefits, more protection, provide water quality benefits, recreation benefits, aesthetics, and other things. So that's, in our mind, that's all infrastructure. And so up here in Butts County, your river floodplains do a lot of work for you to, as pressure relief valves to reduce those floods. And so it's these kinds of natural systems working together with the built systems. Just a brief discussion of different ways to think about resilience. This is kind of an engineering perspective on resilience, the idea that you're hopefully prepared to absorb a shock, and then you get hit by a disturbance and it knocks your system down, and then a measure of your ability to recover and adapt is how long it takes you to get that system back up to functioning. And hopefully, after an event, you don't just duct tape your system together, but you seize that opportunity to take it to a higher level than it was at before the disturbance or disruption hit your system. Resilience is a journey. You never make it to the destination. You got to keep plugging away at it over time. Keep your eye on the ball, and have some humility to think about things that maybe we hadn't thought about before as to how things could interact. And I'll talk about that a little more. In the simplest sense, being resilient is about being strong when bad things happen, but it's not being strong. Part of being strong is being flexible, right? And it's being able to not just, a lot of engineers say, when in doubt, build it stout, but you got to also, think about spreading it out and soaking it in. So I'll talk about some of that. You can tell I'm a water guy already. But its strength is also about flexibility and not building these systems that are brittle. There's a lot of components to community resilience, whether it's the social, political, financial. I talk about infrastructure a lot. This is from the National Academies of Science and Engineering. One could argue they left health off of here, but part of my role today, as I see it, is to kind of try to help frame this conversation broadly, where we're talking about physical systems, we're talking about social infrastructure and systems, even neighborliness helps with infrastructure, and information systems. And all of those kinds of systems, we have to think about absorbing disturbances and disruptions. We have to think about how we're going to recover and how we're going to adapt. And those things can happen at the same time. We can be recovering and adapting and thinking about how we're going to do better next time when those opportunities do come along. Now, one thing we're all pretty aware of is flooding hazards. And I work a lot on pipes and pump stations and walls and that kind of thing. But an example of this natural infrastructure is urban stormwater systems, where we can build these sponges around the city, and they do a lot of other things like make people happier and clean the air and cool the city and things like that. Now, are we going to get everywhere we need to be just by building these natural features? The answer is no. But the point is that this can work together with the pumps and the pipes and those conventional systems to deliver a lot of benefits, more benefits, I would argue, and be cost effective. And down on the coast, you know, we can use our natural systems, our dunes and marshes and oyster reefs and such, living shorelines, along with things like bulkheads, to deliver more benefits and protection. Now, a lot of the work we do, we try to think about 4 big types of hazards. There are many, many types we need to consider, but you know, the point here is that sometimes these things happen together. A lot of times extreme heat and drought and fire come together. So it's really important to recognize that we live in a multi-hazard world where we can't just think about one type of hazard by itself. We can't just think about, oh, transportation by itself. We can't just think about water systems by themselves or power systems. All of those things are interconnected, and they may hit multiple hazards. And so one key recommendation I wanted to suggest this morning is that we think about multiple hazards and these interactions across the power, transportation, water, communications, and other systems. Don't think about systems. Don't just look at things in isolation. Now, quick little examples. This is some of the work we did for Southern Company, where they asked us, you know, we've got hydropower, we've got cooling water that we need for our power plants. So what we did was we went across the whole Southern Company footprint and we looked at what's going on with stream flows. So this is a drought example. Every one of those little red triangles there, you see, if you can see this graphic, is a place where the United States Geological Survey measures stream flow. And what we ask is, what's going on with low flows in the summer and the fall? You know, usually August, September, October, are the lows getting lower? What's the lowest flow for a week? And the answer is, everywhere you see a triangle pointing down, there is a downward trend in low flows over a period of decades. And where you see a red triangle pointing down, that means that statistically speaking, it's a very, very strong relationship that it's going down. You might say, well, You know, why do I care about this? And it does, by the way, it doesn't matter if you look over 25 years, 50 years, 75 years, you see the same downward trends. Now, we think about these low flows as diluting our wastewater or providing drinking water. There's a lot of things that we're concerned about with that. Here's one maybe you haven't thought about. This is Plant Hatch down on the Altamaha. And as the Altamaha River gets lower and lower in the summer, those cooling water intakes get closer to the level of the river dropping. And if the river gets too low and you can't pull in that cooling water, you got to shut down your nuclear plant, and that's not something we want to do, right? So this is just a brief example of an interconnection between drought and low flows and power generation that serves a lot of people. And of course, some of our watersheds, like the Chattahoochee, are not that big a watershed, but serve many, many millions of people, and we're seeing these same downward trends there. So this a couple of quick examples of drought. I got a couple of quick examples of flooding here. You know, we do this kind of stuff all the time where we'll look at flood projections, you know, storm surge and sea level rise with a hurricane, and ask, well, how much road gets flooded? This is down in the Savannah MPO, the transportation region down there, where this is what you would call, some people call a 100-year event or a 1% annual chance, but let's call it something else today. Instead of the 100-year flood, we'll say it's the flood that has more than a 1 in 4 chance of happening over a 30-year mortgage. That's true. We need to get away from this language about 100 years sounds like a long time. You know, maybe I don't need to worry about that. But the 100-year flood has a 26% chance of happening in the next 30 years, and that's if the future is like the past, and that may not be true, right? So 770 miles of road underwater here, not working, roads to hospitals and that kind of thing. Okay, now sea level rise of 2.18 feet, 258 miles of road down there in Savannah underwater. And again, that's if the past is a good model of the future. One other quick point on flooding is that a lot of our flood insurance rate maps miss a lot of folks that are exposed to flooding hazards. The vast majority of flood losses happen outside the 100-year floodplain, or this floodplain that's got a 26% chance of flooding in the next 30 years if things are like the past. And so when we map out, you see on, if you can see this diagram, that all those colors are what we think is an improved map of the 100-year floodplain. It's not that hard to generate. And you see all those white boxes, those are houses. So people build right up to the edge of this insurance map, but the insurance map a lot of times is wrong. And so that's part of how the engineering folks and others can help generate better, more realistic picture of this flood hazard. And instead of talking about abstractions like the 100-year flood, we can talk about things like, you know, knee deep, waist deep, fast enough to sweep away a car or a kid, and communicate it in ways that people can understand it. And when we look at Athens-Clarke County, just as an example, we see that we miss a lot of those flood risks on those insurance maps. And we also find that low-income people below the federal poverty level, and Black and Hispanic and other people are not exposed the same to these flood hazards. A lot of times they're 2 to 3 times more exposed. So sometimes there's, you know, opportunities to address some of these inequities in flood exposure. So just to wrap up here and tell you about some things that we're up to right now, we did a resilience roundtable in Atlanta in partnership with Atlanta Regional Commission and collaborating with the Pew Charitable Trust. And in that roundtable in December, we started a conversation about what's needed across Georgia, where are the opportunities, where are the good examples, how can we coordinate at the state level. And there is a document that summarizes that event that's out there. Some of the key takeaways were that there's a lot of good stuff happening in Georgia, a lot of great examples of people building resilience and their capacity to do these things. However, as you, I think, know, it's not always well coordinated, so there's a lot of opportunities for coordinating those things. And a lot of what we heard is, let's really meaningfully engage communities in this process and learn from them and build those partnerships. And so a lot more coordination needed and embedding people across these sectors to work on this as a priority, because I think there is a good business case for it. Here's a map of the country. Who's got a state office of resiliency or a state resiliency officer? I'm agnostic on this. I'm not recommending a state office per se. I just think there's a tremendous opportunity here for identifying ways for us to coordinate better on this topic. So our next steps on some of these efforts are to convene meetings around the state through the end of the year to hear from, like up where I grew up around Dalton, we're going to be meeting with Dalton Utilities and others just to listen to them on their perspectives on resilience and identify needs and gaps for planning and implementation. And we'll be putting together our findings on that early next year. So just to finish off, I'll paraphrase and here as fast as I can. I think we've got to, as I said, look at the systems and how they are interdependent, how they interact: water, transportation, communications, energy systems, and think about multiple hazards that can cause cascading failures. A lot of times we're facing things we've never seen in the past, and we have to think hard about what that could be. And I'll just leave you with these points. Think broadly about what is our infrastructure, and think across, absorb, recover, and adapt. All opportunities across all of those. So last slide here, I think we've got to, we need new lighthouses out there in how we do infrastructure. The old lighthouses of the past aren't helping us navigate here. So there's a lot of seas that we need to navigate going forward. Better communication, better coordination, build capacity in communities from the ground up. Think about how these hazards stack up on top of each other. Think about all the benefits that could come from resilience activities. And communities have to be at the heart of this. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to entertain questions if there's time for that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think Chair Lady Smith has a question.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's a lot to absorb, lack of a better word, but one of the things Georgia has that sometimes comes to the forefront and a lot of times does not is we have statewide regional water planning districts.
Yes,
and they get reviewed and activated periodically, and they're up for it again, and the base support you're looking for is there because most of the people are residents of those areas, and then they're experts that are supposed to come in, and it's time to look at that again. So you've got a built-in human structure for what you're talking about.
Yes,
and then when you were talking about the times it floods and then to be ready for the times it is dry, at one point a human solution was reservoirs, dams, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are bad words right now, but how can they be good words? I mean, why in every homeowner having a small reservoir or a rain barrel or something like that to capture and reuse? I mean, I think that individuals have a role to play, and maybe we're not always aware that we can do things and not just government.
I completely agree with you, and I think, you know, as a water resources engineer, to me, a reservoir, it's all in how you manage it. It helps you keep your options open to have those buckets, and if you manage them judiciously, that can be a big boost in resilience. As far as the state water planning process goes, there's some great folks at EPD who are very solid, you know, water engineers and planners. I think I would briefly offer there that we have an opportunity to do a better job of kind of stress testing our systems. When we look ahead, we think about all the population growth that's going to happen in Georgia, and we, you know, so much of our infrastructure is it's old, you know, and there's been money flowing on that, but you know what I hear from folks is that it's kind of a drop in the bucket from what they really need to update these systems. So we'll be more resilient if we'll, you know, take a clear-eyed look at those systems, hit them with some stress tests that we haven't in the past, and find those weak links. And that'd be a good step as part of that process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Chairman Collins, good. Okay. Just a couple of comments / questions. The flooding topic you were talking about, that's and the flood maps. So just for context, I'm in the real estate business. We have a local lake here, recreational lake. It's actually a Georgia Power reservoir. We'll be hearing from folks at Georgia Power next. But prior to that, I was in public safety for a number of years, law enforcement, and before that with the fire department. We had a 100-year flood here in 1994, so 30 years ago, as hard as that is to believe. Brad Johnson, our county manager, and I were both with the fire department then, and had some sleepless nights, and it's hard. We were 8. They had a program for young people to come in with the fire department. We were very young. But the impact from that was so long lasting because it washed out roads and some of our bridges, and just navigating, trying to respond to calls and things was so hard that I think our technology has improved now. I know Georgia Power's done some things even. They were able to add in new floodgates. They had old floodgates on the top of the dam at Lloyd Shoals Dam out there that were mechanically tripped. Now they have new gates that they can, you know, lower by control, so they can control the inflows and some of the gate systems up through there. But one of the biggest problems we've run into with the flood maps is the inaccuracy of the flood maps. And just from my novice understanding of them, we are in a rural area, and so FEMA didn't really invest in doing a hydrology study, so to speak. We actually, our county commissioners years ago commissioned one, but each person who shows to be in there has to have a study done on their own to determine whether they're in it or not, to get a letter of map amendment done.
Yes, sir.
The study that y'all are doing with the maps, where is that available through your website? Is that something how broad is that? How widespread is that? And how accessible is that, I guess, is my question.
Yes, sir. We're happy to share wherever we've done the mapping. Most of it has been around Athens and Atlanta and Charlotte, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
But so we do not have statewide mapping. We kind of take the existing methods and we try to make them better. We could do that on a much broader scale. It's a pretty straightforward process, and we've offered ways of doing it that are time efficient and cost effective, but it's not widely available across the state as we speak. But these flood insurance maps, you know, they tend to not account for new development in the future. They're kind of mapping the past, that if anything, and so there's a lot of opportunity there to not only do a better job technically, but do a better job of communicating those risks to people, you know, are making decisions about where to live and what to do after a flood.
Okay, thank you. And then just lastly, same question that I'm probably going to ask everybody. Is there a list of things that you would prioritize that we can do from a state standpoint? Any outcomes you hope to gather from this that we can start, you know?
Well, I kind of anticipated that question from the last speaker, so before I walked up here, I scribbled down a few things. I've already touched on most of these, but I'll just, since you gave me the opportunity, I'll reiterate it. I think better coordination across the state, whether that's some state level entity or a network or a hub that gets set up to bring together all the good work that's happening and identify gaps and, you know, provide access to information and resources and shared knowledge. Second thing would be, you know, we got to be more proactive about this. You know the old saying, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. And a lot of communities are just trying to keep their pipes and their infrastructure systems limping along, and they're having a really hard time getting out in front of things. You know, I run into that all the time. I start a conversation about resilience, and instead of saying, yeah, let's think about resilience, I say, can you tell us where our pipes are? You know, or we need to patch up these systems over here. So we've got to figure out a way to work with communities to support them in getting out in front of these things a little bit and being more proactive in thinking about resilience and not just reacting. And the last thing I scribbled down here was doing a better job of communicating not just the risks, but also the opportunities and the economic case for resilience. Because a lot of times we're focused on, you know, I'm going to regret this investment. I'm afraid I'm going to overinvest to prepare for something that ain't going to happen. But at the same time, you got to look at what's the regret I'm going to have if I underinvest, and to take a clear look at that trade-off. And I think a lot of times, you know, the risk of underinvesting is a lot more perilous than the risk of overinvesting potentially. So making that business case for resilience.
All right, anything else from anybody? All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time and your expertise and your efforts in looking into this. All right, we got one more speaker before our planned lunch break, and that will be Jason Stott, Storm Center Operations Manager at Georgia Power.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Really appreciate you all inviting us, including us, and giving us some time on the agenda to talk with you today. So, as they said, my name's Jason Stott. Really, up until about a week and a half ago, I've served as the Storm Center Manager for Georgia Power. Actually, just transitioning into a new role with Georgia Power. My successor is in the back. He's getting up to speed. Eric McIntyre is here with us as well. So Eric's in the back. But really want to spend some time this morning talking with you really about how Georgia Power prepares for and then responds to major weather and outage events, what partnerships we have really across not only our communities across the state, but really across the country that allow us to respond and restore power to our customers in response to major weather events. But really what I plan to talk through today is really how we prepare ahead of the storm during blue sky days. What do we do during the storm? What partnerships do we have in place? Who are we working with? Who are we coordinating with? Not only internally to Georgia Power, but again, across the state with state and local agencies, other peer utilities, and our other partners and peers across the utility industry. Really want to spend some time talking to you today about customer engagement. What does communication look like and how that's so critical to our response, not only getting the lights on, but communicating transparently with customers on timelines and things like that. And then really we'll call out a couple examples here recently from Hurricane Idalia last year, Hurricane and Tropical Storm Debbie that moved through the southern and coastal area of the state just a couple weeks ago. And then really we'll open it up to any questions or conversation beyond that. But really want to start and set the table really for what do we do before a storm, and really what do we do to ensure that we're prepared and ready during a blue sky day for ultimately when those major weather events happen. So one term that we use internally that I'll call out and you may see throughout the presentation is SERP. So what that stands for is Storm Evaluation and Restoration Procedure. And it's really an all-encompassing term that really takes into account the roles and responsibilities that are identified, from our team members, not only those that are in power delivery that are really responsible, the boots on the ground folks day in and day out building and maintaining power lines, but really all those other cross-functional organizations within Georgia Power, from human resources to accounting to all the different roles that really still have a storm role and responsibility when we have an event. So they're filling roles like logistics, damage assessment teams, things like that. So really everybody at Georgia Power has a role when it comes to responding to storms. So ensuring that those folks know what their role is and that they're then prepared to carry out that role in response to a storm. So it involves other things like working with our partners in the state, at the state level and at the local level. So, annually and really beyond annually, we work very closely with GEMA, GDOT, the State Patrol. So I know really a couple months ago, ahead of hurricane season, we had representatives from GEMA, GDOT, and the Georgia State Patrol to Georgia Power headquarters, and we really talked through that partnership. And specifically what we talked about is really what the evacuation and reentry planning looks like if there was a coastal evacuation due to a storm coming from the Atlantic in the coastal area, had a need to evacuate. So what are our individual responsibilities from a Georgia Power standpoint, from a GEMA standpoint? How does the DOT clear roads? How do we ensure that we've got infrastructure that may have been damaged out of those reentry routes? How do we partner with those local EMCs and municipalities to clear all those evacuation routes? So that's just one small example of the planning, preparation, and partnership that goes into play really year-round. So beyond that, it's really ensuring that we've got those relationships not only at the higher level, at kind of from a storm center level, but across the state with our external affairs folks, having relationships with those local EMAs that we talked about. So really from the top down of having those relationships in place, partnerships, we know who to call, who we're working with, before the lights may go out. So really, as you can imagine, weather intelligence and us really being attuned to what the weather forecast is really critical and really drives a lot of our planning and processes. So we've got partnerships with the meteorologist partners that we've got 24/7 access to those on-call meteorologists. We get, talk with them really daily in the role as storm center manager and really informing our team statewide of what the weather forecast looks like, days and weeks out, what are we seeing from a potential hurricane season this year, and having all those different layers of conversation. But it really helps drive what decisions we make in preparation for mobilizing crews around the state. What do we anticipate really beyond even major events? I know we get a lot of publicity around tornadoes and hurricanes, but you all know in the state of Georgia, we're susceptible to afternoon thunderstorms that can wreak havoc from time to time. So really having a keen sense of what the weather is going to do. Do we need to mobilize resources around? Do we need to go ahead and pre-assemble damage assessment teams? Do we have people positioned in the right places to be able to immediately respond and be prepared to start that work from assessment and restoration, as soon as those weather impacts are seen? So that's really critical and really is foundational to how we plan and prepare for storms. So I really want to take a second to talk about what we would call manpower strategy, and it's really all-encompassing of who all is involved in that restoration effort. And I alluded to it briefly before, but it spans from our folks that are boots on the ground, the folks, our linemen and line workers that you see in the bucket trucks and line trucks out there replacing poles, hanging transformers, rerunning services to houses. We've got contractors that work on the system in addition to our Georgia Power crews day in and day out that work on projects that we immediately pull into restoration as well, from not only our distribution teams, so the poles and wire that you would see on the side of the road, to our transmission teams that you think the tall, 100-foot plus structures that are really moving that bulk power across the state. You think about getting into those larger significant events like hurricanes, tornadoes. We talked about Hurricanes Matthew and Michael before and the potential impacts to that transmission infrastructure to ensure that those teams are prepared to respond as well. Vegetation management is certainly critical of maintaining that staffing that we have around the state that's doing those routine trim cycles, but that we immediately pull into that restoration effort when we've got hundreds to thousands of trees down. You think about tornado or hurricane events and the amount of damage that's caused by elevated winds. So those vegetation management crews being engaged and embedded in that local response plan, working hand in hand with our line crews to get the trees out of the way, off the line, so that we can then begin making repairs and restoring service. And then we'll talk about this a little bit more too. I alluded to damage assessment teams, or what we coin as DAT teams. Those are really the folks that are out there first. It's made up of not only our engineers that are working, day in and day out for Georgia Power, but some of those folks that I mentioned from other departments that have got that training and capability, that we assemble drivers and evaluators to go out really on the front end of that storm moving through, just to evaluate where's the damage, what kind of material do we need, what size crew do we need, what repairs have to be made to re-energize that section or restore power to those circuits that may be damaged. So that's really the intelligence on the front end to just, as it says, get an assessment of what the damage is and what will be required as a part of restoration. And then really we'll talk more about this as well, and I know everyone in this room is certainly aware of this, but logistics is just so critical to our response. I mean, we talk about, bringing in thousands of resources, but it's a challenge to ensure that you're successfully getting them in to a confined area, that you've got enough beds for them to sleep during a multiple day restoration event, that you've got food for them to eat, places for them to take a shower. So we'll talk a little bit more about the details there, but we often say logistics drives the storm, and that's really a critical component of ensuring that we've got the logistics support needed to really supplement and support all of those crews that we may be mobilizing into a concentrated area to carry out that restoration effort. So we've talked about before the storm. Let's talk about a little bit during the storm. And some of this I've touched on already, but those damage assessment teams, that's really the very front end of the storm. As we're communicating, hey, we're assessing the conditions, it's really getting those teams and engineers out in the field to survey what's the damage, what's the extent, behind this circuit, how many broke poles do we have, so we ensure that we've got the right material on hand, how many tree crews will we need. So it's really that intelligence that we're feeding back to that leadership that's directing crews, moving resources, ensuring that we have material. So that's really what's done on the front end of the storm. Is it's safe to do so, we're getting those teams out to really make that initial first assessment so that we can get the right number of crews, the right equipment, the right material into the right places to restore power safely as quickly as possible. And then we talked about resources. I'll go into a little bit more depth here, but certainly first and foremost, we're responding with our Georgia Power crews that work across the entire state in the communities that we all live in. So those crews are really the ones, they're the first response there. But as we get into a larger restoration event, naturally we'll scale up that response. So we're pulling in and mobilizing contractor crews that we've got, what we call on system, working in, day out on blue sky projects, our grid investment program and things like that. So we're pulling them into that restoration effort. And then also we're reaching out if it becomes a larger event, just like Hurricane Idalia or Hurricane Debbie here a couple weeks ago. We're reaching out to our sister companies, as a part of Southern Company, Alabama Power, Mississippi Power, bringing teams from their companies over as well as their contractors. And then we may be reaching out to those contract partners that we have already, that are already working on system, to see if they have additional crews from out of state that they can bring in. And then something I'll talk a little bit more about is Georgia Power, and really Southern Company as a whole, is a part of what we call the Southeastern Electric Exchange, which is a regional mutual assistance group that's made up of peer investor-owned utilities, just like Georgia Power, Alabama, and Mississippi Power. And in that network of companies really across the southeast of the eastern seaboard and out to Texas is really a network of utilities that we work together closely. We do things like benchmarking, sharing best practices, and things like that. But relative to a storm response, we can reach out and say, hey, we need X number of additional crews and tree crews, contractors to help in this response. So we'll get on a call with those peer utilities, basically raise our hands, say, hey, we need this amount of help. We need them to be here at this period of time. And then, from those companies, they'll say, hey, we can support with X number of crews, X number of tree contractors, and things like that. So to give you a real world example, just back at the beginning of July when Hurricane Beryl impacted Texas and the Houston area, Georgia Power, sent a Georgia Power company storm team, and we also released a large number of our distribution line and vegetation management contractors that traveled to the Houston area that helped support that restoration effort with CenterPoint Energy and Texas New Mexico Power in that Metro Houston area. So that's something that's reciprocal. Naturally, we can raise our hand and say, hey, we need help if it's a system that's impacting Georgia Power, or, just like I gave the example of, if there are other events impacting other peer utilities, we oftentimes send help when we're not impacted locally or have any forecast of being impacted before we send those crews, what we would call off-system, to provide mutual assistance. We've also got relationships, and I wanted to call out this specifically, not through the SCE, but we've got relationships with the municipalities, the MEAGs, the EMCs across the state, to where we can help each other as well. I know the chairwoman mentioned about the tornado that moved through Noonan. We partnered and helped Noonan Utilities as well as Coweta Fayette EMC in that restoration effort. During Hurricane Idalia, I know we worked with Central Georgia EMC. They actually released some contractors that came and helped us and traveled down to Valdosta. So we've got those relationships, and really partnerships is a better way to say it, with a lot of the EMCs and MEAGs around the state, that we can help them, and they've also helped us in times of significant restoration events too. So that's another critical partnership that's in place, that we work closely together. So we'll talk a little bit more about logistics. So when you think about a restoration effort, and I'll give some examples about Hurricane Idalia, of trying to get, say, 5,000 linemen into an area in the Valdosta area, naturally, there's not enough hotels or infrastructure to support that number of people, because a lot of times, residents have been displaced from their homes. There may have been evacuations from Florida. There's not hotel availability, and candidly, we don't want to saturate all those hotel rooms when, citizens or others are needing that to relocate temporarily. So what we'll do in a larger restoration event is really just stand up staging sites. So we've got a network of staging sites already pre-identified across the state. I mean, think about, state entities, local schools, parks and recreation areas. So we've got these locations identified, agreements in place, partnerships, contacts, to where if we need to stand up multiple staging sites in the Valdosta area, we're just making a phone call and already have a relationship in place. Say, hey, we need to utilize, this park. I know we utilized one of the UGA locations in Tifton during Hurricane Idalia, or we used a fairgrounds in Savannah area, Federal Law Enforcement Training Center down in Brunswick. So there's multiple staging sites in really each of our distribution areas across the state that we've got pre-identified, and we work with several vendor partners that can really come in and turnkey set up a staging site. So you think about sleeper trailers, food trailers to where they're cooking meals for thousands of people, shower trailers, laundry trailers, tents to set up tables for food. So, I mean, it's really turns into a mini city that they can really stand up in a short period of time on the heels of that weather moving through, that we can get the right number of people as close as possible to that damage so that they're as productive as possible, not spending time traveling multiple hours back and forth to where they're staying. We get those folks as close as possible to the damage to where they're as productive as possible, really making the repairs needed to get the lights back on. And so another thing that I'll mention here is, just back in June, we actually hosted a hurricane summit, Georgia Power did, at our corporate headquarters, and set up a mini staging site. We had GEMA, GDOT, many local and state agencies, EMAs from around the state, I believe several legislators, and we invited the media in as well as several of our large customers from around the state, and really kind of showed, hey, this is what we do in a large-scale restoration effort. It was really a mini example of the sleeper trailer, laundry trailer, those things. We had bucket trucks, vegetation management crews out there, because it's really a partnership, and transparency is key in communicating, this is what we do to prepare, this is how we execute a restoration, and this is what happens when we've got a major weather event that impacts the state and our communities, and this is how we're prepared. and ultimately do respond in those situations. But naturally, as you can imagine, we lay out thorough strategic plans, but the need to be agile is critical. Things will change during a storm. Something may play out differently. We may need to adjust, collapse resources. So we're continuously at a storm center level engaged with our local leadership that's directing the work on the ground, adjusting if we need to start collapsing resources into an area. We may stand up an additional staging site as we move crews from one area to another. So that continuous communication, refinement of that plan, and adjusting as we move through is critical. So one part I want to spend a little bit of time on is really as critical as getting the lights back on is really the communication externally to our customers. So we really view this in really three phases. It's really communicating before the storm. We want to ensure that the public is aware of a potential, significant weather event, ensure that they're doing things to ensure that their family is safe. They've got things ready. I mean, you just mentioned earlier about, tornado moving through your house, of ensuring that, our customers and communities across the state are prepared with, emergency kits, flashlights, things like that, that if a major weather event does impact their home or their town, that they're prepared initially with, safety information. They have a plan in place to really communicating those potential impacts ahead of time. And we really do that through multiple avenues of communication. It's email, social media, through our website. For those folks that still get a paper bill, we've got, fillers in kind of our paper bill and things like that to really continuously promote that safety information to ensure customers are prepared in a situation where there may be a large-scale event that impacts the state. And then really flipping to the next phase is really what are we communicating during the storm. We're trying to be very proactive. We've got relationships in place with really all the media outlets across the state. We're proactively sending them information, ensuring they're understanding what our preparation is, what our response is. We're mobilizing crews. We're responding as soon as it's safe to do so. As say in a hurricane example, the winds subside to where it's safe for us to get buckets in the air or those damage assessment crews out. And then really trying to give those specific updates from the field to ensure that they're getting real-time updates that matter to them on, hey, this is the kind of damage we're seeing, and really trying to convey that information to our customers. And then really, after the storm passes through, it becomes critical to early on and frequently update what are those estimated restoration times. So as we start to get a sense back from our initial damage assessment, what does it look like the full scope of this restoration may be, and trying to communicate that as quickly as possible. And then refining that communication down to the individual customer level as we start to get crews assigned to those individual, what we would call cases of trouble, updating those case-specific restoration times. And all of our customers are enrolled in outage alerts. They should be getting really push notifications to whatever their preferred means of communication, whether it's email or text message, on any time that restoration time is updated so that they're getting that real-time information at their fingertips. And so really just having a dedicated focus, as importantly as getting the lights back on, is communicating the status and the timeline of that restoration to our customers as we move through that effort. So just to bring it home with a couple specific examples, so we'll talk about Hurricane Idalia that hit really at the end of August, beginning of September last year, and impacted, as you all know, South and coastal Georgia. It entered the state still as a Category 1 hurricane and remained a Category 1 hurricane until about 40 miles west of Pooler. So as you can see, the map there really shows kind of that gradient of wind speed across really the southeastern corner of the state. And several 100,000 customers of Georgia Power that received tropical storm force winds. So we had over 290,000 customers that were impacted by the storm. Over 4,500 individual, we say events, but individual cases of damage or trouble that had to be repaired. But within the first 24 hours of the storm leaving our territory, we'd actually been able to restore over 170,000 customers, and then had 95+% of our customers that were impacted restored within the first 72 hours of the storm. So really a significant restoration effort, from Hurricane Idalia and those Category 1 wind speeds that really impacted a large majority of the southeastern portion of the state. So, I talked about earlier, we had brought in Alabama and Mississippi power crews ahead of the storm and pre-staged them outside of that predicted area of impact so that they were able to start alongside our Georgia power crews that restoration as soon as it was safe to do so, with the winds moving out of our territory. And in total, we had over 5,000 resources engaged in restoration. We stood up, I believe it was 8 staging sites across the Valdosta, Savannah, and Brunswick, Waycross areas to get those thousands of resources, again, as we said, as close to the work as possible. So just a summary of some of the damage. We replaced over 540 broken poles, 260 transformers, and then really a 250,000 feet of wire that had to be restrung just to get the lights back on. So really a tremendous amount of work crammed into a short amount of time being done by a significant number of people. So as you can imagine, the logistics component of that effort becomes really critical. And then I alluded to both of these earlier, but a similar slide here for the impacts of Hurricane Debbie that moved through the state. You can see the wind speed. It was not a hurricane still when it entered the state. It was a tropical storm, but still, I mean, elevated winds, sustained winds of 50+ mile an hour can still wreak a lot of havoc. We had 150,000 customers impacted by the storm and 2,100 events, and then we had actually restored power to over 91,000 of those customers before the full impacts of the storm had actually, left the coast of Georgia. As y'all remember, it was a pretty slow moving storm as it kind of moved through, dumped a lot of rain, but we were able to start that restoration as the wind speed subsided below the level that it was safe to get buckets in the air. Really started that restoration immediately, and then really had 99+% of our customers that were impacted restored within the first 48 hours. So again, that all ties back to really the preparation piece, having an understanding of what the weather forecast is, and then being proactive and putting those plans in place, pre-staging resources, and having a plan that you're really ready to execute as that storm plays out. So again, 1,750 resources engaged in this storm. We had 70 broken poles, 65 transformers, 450, actual spans of wire. So you think from pole to pole, those individual spans of wire. So not necessarily the level that we saw with Hurricane Debbie, but you can imagine naturally not having those Category 1 hurricane wind speeds, certainly spared a lot of potential damage like we saw last year. And then I talked about our response in supporting CenterPoint and Texas New Mexico Power last month during July. So just got a video of the Georgia Power Storm team traveling to Houston to support those utilities, as well as some footage from our restoration and response during Tropical Storm Debbie here a couple weeks ago. All right, so that's really what I had to cover, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Yep, Chair Lady Smith.
So first of all, I'm impressed. You covered a lot of miles in just a few minutes.
Well, I know I was in between you all and lunch, so I didn't want to take too long.
But as one who, all in this room, I think, locals, we've experienced personally what you're talking about sort of academically. But I want to say, and I probably speak for everybody here, I was included in a helicopter assessment the morning after the hurricane hit Noonan. And so we're at a real high bird's eye level, and impressed with the corporate people, all the different groups that came in and helped. But I finally, because they're assessing trees to know what level of tornado it was and that type of thing, and they were looking for isolated areas. It was all kind of things going on. But these white lines kept growing all around. And it was Georgia Power and all the utility companies. And you didn't show as individual trucks, we were so high up, but it was like help arteries coming in. It was really impressive.
Yeah.
So to put it in a human perspective, I didn't even know what it was, but I knew it was help.
Right.
So.
No, I appreciate you saying that. Well, like you said, I mean, it's one thing to see 5,000 resources just on a PowerPoint slide, but you put it into context of, you see lines of trucks rolling down the interstate, or, from that perspective, multiple different lines coming in. I mean, it's a significant, effort and a lot of people involved and getting a lot of work done in challenging conditions like you saw there in the video.
One thing to add, so then I was on the ground after that, and here were all these trucks coming in.
Right.
Well, we didn't have any food. We didn't know where to put them. We were not prepared for the tornado. And so our on-the-ground team, our public safety emergency folks, I know I'm going to speak later, we were all, lack of a better word, just half-assing and trying to put everything together on our level. And but it came together, which was the personal element of all these stories we're talking about. So the ability of communities to say, well, I can do this, I can do that. And you needed a coordinator up above, and where we put all this food coming in, and oh, hello, there's a grifter over here trying to do something to a homeowner. So it's a wonderful book of these different chapters of what happens, but on the individual level, it's an experience you're going through. And so I'm really quite impressed with everything we've heard.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll hear.
Yeah.
So
No, and you
thank
make a great point, and that really is kind of the awe-inspiring piece of having a view of that restoration, is just the people that will chip in and help each other and just on the fly of, hey, what else can we do? I mean, we talked about partnerships. I'll give you another example. During Hurricane Idalia, as we were wrapping up, a couple of the EMCs in the Valdosta, Colquitt area we reached out to, we had extra food left from our staging side as we were starting to wind down, kind of move some of that to them. We're letting them know, hey, we're getting ready to release some resources. So it is truly a team effort, not only, within one company, but I mean, it's really more of a community-wide effort to respond to and recover from something as significant as a hurricane or tornado or things like that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you to the men and women, the linemen and the line women, I'm sure.
Yep.
That, watching that video, I'm just reminded that, restoring power is a manual labor, intensive, hard work. Take the bull by the horns, get the job done. It's nice to stand around in a coat and tie and talk about those kind of things, but when the rubber meets the road, those men and women that were in those bucket trucks and on the side of the road and pulling those lines, I mean, they're the people that are the heroes. So make sure and let them know that we appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank you too for some of the work that y'all do with your media exposure and notifying people of their outages. We face a battle. I think there's a statistic that shows that close to a fourth of the population can't pinpoint their location on a map, and that's troubling as well. So sometimes you're fighting a losing battle with a certain group of folks in our population. So I think the more that you can emphasize when you do these media blitzes where power's been shut out, to make sure and localize that map, because people just they can't read it, they don't understand it. So thank you for what you're doing there, and I'll digress and let Chairman Crowe finish up. 'Cause I'm sure we'll probably cross-cut on some of these questions, so.
Yeah, and just to echo what they said, we really appreciate what y'all do. It's critical to get power back up and going, and y'all are always really responsive. And out there probably a lot of times before most of us would think we would want to be out there. I've been out some and seen y'all respond, and the things that these men and women do and the conditions they do them in is sometimes pretty hazardous, but we really appreciate it. A couple of things I just wanted to ask real quick, and I don't know if this is in your bailiwick or not, but in the before the storm measures, is there any planning going on? Are there things y'all are doing, maybe implementing to kind of help prevent power from going out? Some technologies and things that y'all have for that, and then any other new technologies or systems y'all are employing to help recover faster?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we didn't touch on that here, but yet certainly we're actively investing in our grid, modernizing and instituting, different smart devices that have the ability to restore power or really sectionalize that damage down to a smaller area and restore as many people as possible without that manual work being done. So really trying to isolate. So there's a big effort and investment in our system across the state to install more of those automated devices, to get more of our customers behind those restoration schemes to where we've got the ability to remotely restore power and isolate that damage when there is an outage that occurs down to a smaller area to impact fewer customers. So certainly that is something that we're heavily investing in.
Yeah, and I think I'd heard the ability to reroute power. So if it's out in one section, you can kind of shift and reroute to where it doesn't impact as many people down the line. And I think that's fantastic to be able to use that. And then just my last thing, the same question I've asked everybody.
Sure.
Anything, wish list for you, or things that you would like to see us do from a state standpoint,
Sure.
or things that we can do to help benefit your mission?
Yeah, no, and I had the benefit of thinking through it through two different presentations now. So, but to be honest, nothing specific. I mean, really just want to reiterate what I talked about during the whole time is really just appreciation for the partnerships that we do have, not only in the room but across the state. Great relationships at the state level, and then certainly all the way down to the community level. So any support that you can continue to give or promote there on that continued partnership, and we've talked about it as a common thread of any restoration effort or really a community recovering from a major weather event really takes everyone. So just any continued support of those partnerships would really be critical.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Chairlady Smith looks like she's ready to go, so
I'm ready for the important part of the meeting.
Yes, ma'am. That's coming up next. So yeah, we're gonna have a quick lunch break. We've got food for the committee members and presenters in another part of the building. We're gonna come back. We're gonna start back very timely at 1 o'clock. I know we've got some folks that's got to go, so we're gonna be back in here at 1 o'clock, and we'll stand adjourned until then. Thank y'all. working with what we got, right? All right, everybody, we're going to come back to order from our lunch break. Big thank you to those who provided us with the lunch. It was delicious and very much appreciated. So, shout out to our local Fresh Air Barbecue, voted the best barbecue in Georgia. If anybody wants to dispute that, we'll talk about that later. So, all right, next on the agenda, we're going to kind of move into a different, we've had kind of a state perspective this morning and from one of our big, power providers. We're now going to talk to some of our corporate partners, get a business perspective, and then later in the afternoon, we'll get some local perspective from some of our local emergency management folks and county people. But our first presenter is going to be Jeff Parton with Home Depot's Director of Corporate Security and Emergency Management. So, Jeff, thank you for hanging out, and look forward to what you got to say.
Thank you so much. Just want to take an opportunity to thank the committee and chair for the opportunity to come and have some conversation with you all. Pardon my voice, I'm just getting over a little cold, so I may sound a little funny for a minute here. And the food didn't help matters at all. So one of the things that we want to do in the private sector is just be there for the communities, right? And it's not about selling things as much as it is about getting the appropriate resources to a community, right? So let's see if I can work this. I'm terrible at standing still, so bear with me, all right, if I move around a little bit.
Microphone.
Okay, okay, great.
So the folks online can hear you.
So at the end of the day, the Home Depot is just part of the private sector, right? Government entities, public sector, everybody's familiar with all that terminology. Here's a little secret. The associates that work in any business are not emergency managers. They do not speak the language of emergency management. They don't know the acronyms. They don't know any of that. It is not their business to know that, right? It's people like me and others that have to translate emergency management things into practical language for an associate of a business or an employee of a business, right? So in our company, we try to keep things as simple and concise as possible when it comes to responding or, planning for, preparing for, responding to, mitigating, recovering from all the aspects of an emergency event, whether it's natural or man-made. So our number one priority is taking care of our associates. I know everybody says that, and you hear all the business talk about, oh, we take care of our associates, this and that. Truth be told, it is not a cliche and it is not propaganda in our company. I've been with Home Depot and specifically dealing with and coordinating our total company response for 22 plus years, all right? Our mission is to take care of our associates, number one. If we take care of our associates, even on regular business, then they'll take care of their customers, the communities, and things will go well, right? It's especially amplified if there is, a condition of duress introduced into the whole scenario. So we try to keep it simple and say we take care of our associates, take care of our stores or locations, make sure we have the appropriate merchandise or resources, supplies available, and that by extension takes care of our communities. Now, in the emergency world, in my mind at least, I think earlier on, one of our committee members said individuals have to have some responsibility, right? We totally concur with that. Our role is to get the things to a community that the community can use to become self-sufficient as quickly as possible. So, and how we do that is many different ways. We're obviously getting the merchandise to our stores, but we're also spending some degree of energy trying to partner with both NGOs, in the nonprofit area, and also partnering with government entities. So what we have seen over a course of time is in emergency situations, people are gonna default to the least common denominator, and that is established relationships. If I know I need X, I'm gonna call Jeff. I'm not gonna call an anonymous or ambiguous entity. You understand what I'm saying? So we try to spend a great deal of energy making sure that we are establishing relationships and having communication, having conversations, both multiple ways. I don't necessarily have any ideas that what we do is the only way to do things, right? May not be the right way, may not be the only way. But all I can offer is a perspective of what works for us and how we approach things. So here you see on this graphic, I just wanted to share with you. This is a graphic that shows all of our locations throughout the United States primarily. Obviously, we have Mexico and Canada and a few interests in Asia, but mostly you see the orange dots represent a store, all right? Our supply chain elements and our other properties, subsidiaries, et cetera, all told, roughly 2,500 locations. So what we do is we maintain a database and a interactive portal showing live action based on longitude and latitude of our locations. So we have a weather provider that provides us with weather data that they get from the National Weather Service. And it tells us there's a tornado warning for these coordinates, right? So I don't want to know if, so I'm selfish, I don't really want to know if Butts County is under a tornado warning, because how big's Butts County in square miles, right? Pretty big. So just say I'm in Butts County and I've got 25 stores here. I don't want to close all 25 stores because there's a tornado warning in a county. Warnings are more centrally and more geographic specific, right? So I want to know, does the store located at this address fall within that warning cone? Then I can make a business decision to close that store for the safety of the associates and customers, rather than broadly closing every store in the whole county. Does that make sense? That kind of principle applies across any type of emergency event. So when we're monitoring hurricanes, I know we've talked about hurricanes a lot. We're keeping an eye and actively making decisions based on the locations that are going to be affected, not what is in the media. Sorry, I don't mean to beat up media. Any media in here? I don't want to. All right. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks. The only reason I'm in this kind of role is because I don't have any emotion and very little filter. So, we spend a great deal of time. Like my job at Home Depot essentially is to manage emotion and balance the equation. Does that make sense? Everybody I deal with is not in the emergency management field. And so we have to work through what the needs are versus the day job. Because of our geographic dispersion, you see we're exposed as a company to all different types of weather events. These are just really, primarily weather events. But any of these happen at any given time, and generally our approach is the same thing: take care of the people, places, and things. So we take care of our nouns, and then we're okay. When it comes to hurricanes, in preparing for annually, obviously I'm providing specific, forecast data to all of our leaders, all of our different functional groups. Just for your benefit, the way that our company is organized when it comes to emergencies is very similar to an emergency operations center for a state. We have a central hub, we have established command and control with leadership, and there are various ESFs. Now these are business people. They don't know I'm in ESF 1 or I'm ESF 18. They know that, I'm in human resources. I'm required to be at this place at this time if it activates. You see what I mean? I'm in merchandising, I'm in store operations or transportation, et cetera, et cetera. So we set it up many, many years ago specifically to be consistent with how the states are aligned in terms of, or at least similar to how states are aligned in terms of the ESFs. But here again, our company sells hammers. They're not in the emergency management business. So I'm not trying to turn everyone in the company into an emergency manager. All they know is they see an email from me, and it's all no holds barred, and the doors are open, and I better show up and staff it at this time, right? So we try to give data that is consistent. Obviously, the bulk of hurricane seasons predictive analysis comes from University of Colorado or Colorado State and National Hurricane Center, et cetera. So we share information with everyone early on in the season so they can at least be ready. At the end of the day, I don't care if there's one hurricane that strikes land or 25. It's a matter of we're prepared or we are not. So I think I referenced our Emergency Command Center earlier, which is essentially a private sector variation of an EOC. It's very similar. As you can see, there are the various ESFs, or sorry, support groups represented. We have kickoff meetings, continual communication, so forth and so on, so that everybody's operating off the same information. I'm trying to hurry because I know everybody's sleepy right about now. Yeah. So whenever we have annual kickoff meetings or I meet with various groups, I try to generally get right to the point. We'll go through the data, the forecast, or whatever relevant news we have, and then tell everybody some very simple things. The expectations is that each support function and each leader is ready. They're expected to be there, be ready, be responsive, be accountable for what they do. And they are expected to provide credible information, not based on emotion, and set the example because everybody's looking. And at the end of the day, probably the most important thing I try to stress to leaders throughout our company is to manage the emotion. No good decision is ever made in an emotional state. And I tell everybody, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound like Dr. Spock off Star Trek or something here, but if you've ever considered, if you've been in an interaction with another human and one or more of you were emotional at the time, how'd that work out? Right? So, yeah. All right, so that's kind of the fast version. That's my contact information, and Mr. Quentin Austin, who is with me today. We share our information with any group that we interact with. At the end of the day, just as a private sector perspective, it is probably worthwhile to have conversation and understand what does everybody else do during an emergency, right? It's not a commercial for Home Depot. It's not a commercial for anything. It's just a perspective. Right? So if I were in the public sector, I'd be real interested to understand what does the private sector bring to bear, right? Supply chains all over the place, fast response, that kind of thing, an absence of red tape, and generally speed, right? So what are we trying to do with all this stuff is get it to the community so they can get back to normal. Everybody likes normal. Right. So, I'll just beat you to it. You're going to say, oh, what's your wish list and all this sort of things. Very simple. I think the primary need that Home Depot or a public sector entity would benefit from or a private sector entity would benefit from, is to have more conversation, really. Understand, okay, what does the government need? What does the government use? How can the government and private sector partner better together more effectively, right? Because we have to get past, this is how we've always done things, or there has to be this kind of structure or that kind of structure. It's what's realistic and what makes common sense, all right? What makes sense? So if public sector says, oh, government entity says, if I understand this private sector, their role, their resources are available to me, and that it's faster than going through some other formality or process. Maybe that's in the best interest of the community, I don't know. So the wish would be, have more conversation, try to understand more.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? No, you already answered my one question because I gave it away. But just, I guess some of the resources, I know y'all stand things up in those areas where you're going to have a storm, and saw your hours of operations and that sort of thing. Is that y'all have plans in place to are y'all able to bring in more essential items to stores and locations where you're seeing these kind of things come in? Like, what is y'all for hurricanes? If you have stores down near the coast, you're going to bring in more things that are going to be available. Like, what's the turn time on that to be able to get things to your stores for the community to prepare for these things?
So excellent question. In terms of the merchandise or resources we can, deliver into areas, we start overstocking before landfall. If it's a hurricane, you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we have a lot of modeling and a lot of data that has shown us historically, so many days before a landfall, this kind of merchandise is going to be in demand. At point of entry, for so many days, these types of merchandise will be in demand. We go ahead and preemptively move that stuff into areas before landfall. And we have several locations that we would reference as, colloquially as a Hurricane DC. So we put pre-staged canned loads, tractor trailers that are just sitting in a yard full of stuff in those locations at strategic points around the southern coast of the United States. So there's a very significant amount of stuff that can be there or be wherever we need it to be. It's broken down in essentially 12-hour increments. I can have dozens of truckloads on site within 12 hours or 6 hours or whatever it may be, all the way through, say, 2 weeks after landfall. That's moving into different types of merchandise, right? So, huge capacity and supply chain to support the communities. Obviously, we're not the only one. Walmart, Lowe's, Racetrack, everybody, all the different companies have different supply chain benefits and capacity. So that's one thing that's probably maybe not well understood by many public sector entities.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't really understand the level of strategic planning y'all had for your storm resource management before we got into this. So it's nice to know and try to help get that word out to other places to know that y'all are going to up your levels of goods and merchandise for storm preparedness ahead of the storm.
It's going to be packed. I mean, at the end of the day, it really is only limited by the labor availability. So we're going to have dozens and dozens of trucks in essentially every parking lot waiting to be unloaded. And it really boils down to how many people are physically there to be able to unload those, right? So when that becomes a concerning factor, then we'll pause on the number of trucks until the appropriate level of associate labor is available to deal with that. So that's about it, really.
Okay.
What other questions do you have? Anybody?
Yep, Shirley, it's me.
So my favorite statement you made in the end was, in addition to all the resources you have, is manage emotion,
Yeah.
which is the only thing you have after you've had a horrible storm. So are there techniques or drills or practice at your management level? I mean, that would be a good takeaway.
If I could answer that, I'd be like a marriage counselor or something.
Oh, that's always somebody else.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
really. I think really in our company, because, excuse me, because it's not emergency management based, And probably the only reason that I got stuck in the role, or I am in the role that I'm in, it's kind of followed me around for a long time, is, you know, I don't know if there's drills or practices you can do to manage that, but every organization needs that person that is able to pump the brakes on everybody else's emotion and just say, okay, let me have the facts. Here's what you need to do. We have found that under duress, people as a species often need to be told what to do, right? Need to be given direction at least. Doesn't matter. I'm not the CEO. I'm not the highest ranking person at Home Depot by any means. But you get tagged as some of the bad habits. I'm calling that guy, right? No special skill that I have other than to use common sense and take a deep breath, right? It is challenging, but we all have to ask ourselves, regardless of what type of organization we're in, how do you need to make decisions that are realistic and fact-based under duress? Because at the end of the day, I mean, anybody can tell somebody else what to do, or anybody can answer a question, but when things are not normal, how do you manage that, right? You got to have somebody or some team that's able just to be that security blanket. It's the kiddies blanket, for lack of better terminology, because a lot of people do not handle, you know, those types of situations well at all. And I'm not saying that I have any special skill at all. I just take it for what it is and understand that it makes life easier if I'm not freaking out, right?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always need those folks that are not freaking out.
Yeah.
You
I've got
need-
enough of
You
that.
need some of those.
Yeah, we can do without that.
Yeah, so, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and appreciate your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the time and the conversation. Always open to further conversation.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to have Drew Gardner, Senior Operations Project Manager at Racetrack.
Awesome. Hello, hi. My name is Drew Garner. As you alluded to, I'm Senior Manager of Operations at Racetrack for our Store Support Center. I'm also the Chief Coordinator of our Disaster Response Team. I really appreciate the time for us to be able to come and present today and share with the entire group what we do to prepare year-round for disasters at Racetrack. So quickly we'll go over who is Racetrack, our community impacts, Racetrack's internal process, some current private and public partnerships that we have, and also some successful public and private partnerships in other markets that we leverage at Racetrack. So first and foremost, Racetrack is a family-owned and operated company here in Georgia. We're headquartered in Atlanta. This is our 90th anniversary, so we're proud of that, being family-owned for 90 years. We have 583 Racetrack stores and over 200 Raceway franchise model stores in 13 states, which all face weather impacts. Georgia is unique because we face both tropical and winter weather and every single weather event that could possibly happen year-round. So Georgia is our unicorn for that. Yeah. We're a 24/7 business that 24/7 gets hit by weather. So we're used to this. In Georgia, we have 163 stores, so that's 128 racetracks and 34 raceways. Our newest one just opened in Lake Oconee yesterday here in Georgia, and soon to Savannah. We'll be seeing some racetracks soon there. Under our Racetrack brand, we have two operating divisions. Again, so Racetrack is our company-owned stores, and Raceway are our franchise model stores. Metroplex Energy is our team who purchases and secures our own bulk fuel supply, and then Energy Dispatch is our own in-house fuel transportation entity that delivers to 6 states. So you'll hear some different themes through the presentation today about Supply chain, I know Jeff just alluded to that with supply chain. We have fuel supply chain locked down in our most impacted states. So first and foremost, out of anything, again, not a gimmick, not a public stance, not any one sort of way, Racetrack cares. So we put our people first, we care about our communities. When a disaster hits a community, no conversations are had about sales or how can we drive margin or profitability. That is never a conversation at all, let alone a thought. It is all about our store teams and what we do for our communities, right? So as we look at each community and how it's near and dear to us, during a disaster, communities face shortages with fuel. So that includes local and state officials and first responders. Power crews are a big one that have fuel challenges, community members. Food and water is a huge challenge that we face, right? Anything supply chain. Bathrooms, it's imperative that we get stores that have power. We talked about generators a little bit earlier. We'll talk about them again here soon. Just having a bathroom for a community that does not have any resources is life-changing, just so they can come in and refresh and have air conditioning in a bathroom. Electricity is a huge piece for us. So as a company, we own 14 generators that we can mobilize within 18 hours to any one of our stores, anywhere in any of our states. And we have some programs we'll talk about towards the end as well that we partner with Florida on for generator placement. And then Wi-Fi. So communications are paramount, right? Having Wi-Fi is unbelievably important. So if our stores have power, we can get you Wi-Fi. We're looking at some partnerships right now with states to put in Starlink. So as long as we have power, we have Wi-Fi. And also too, we're looking at having dedicated Wi-Fi networks that we can activate for first responders. So if they're near a store, we can give them a passcode. They can have a dedicated line, be able to communicate with anybody, and then after a storm's done, we can kill that network and move on. Also too, Wi-Fi for our guests, right? We learned in Hurricane Ian, there was no communication in Hurricane Ian. We had guests that were coming to our stores just to be able to go on Facebook to connect with their family to let them know they were alive. So being able to provide Wi-Fi for the community is a huge component. In this picture, I actually know these two general managers very well. So there are two general managers, Paige and Sarah. So their store, after Hurricane Ian, they went out and made a hot meal and provided ice cold drinks or Gatorades and waters to power crews that were trying to get power restored in their area. So we were able to get a generator to their store, gave them power, conserved the community, and then they said, hey, we've got a ton of food. Let's go help those that are helping us, because they wanted power at their house. But they took it out to them, and that way we do a lot of examples of that where we're supporting essential workers and first responders in the communities. So we do all this. As we've operated, said, for 90 years, we've learned a lot about our business and a lot about disaster response. We do this through our disaster response team. This allows us to be very quick, very agile. As Jeff has also alluded to, in the private sector, there's not a lot of red tape for us, so we can make decisions very quickly, be very agile, and get things moving fast. So our disaster response team is an internal team for disasters, which clearly define responsibility, communication, cadence, and consistency. Our mission is supporting our store teams to safely be the last to close and first to open, supporting our most impacted communities. Our running joke is we want to be open before the Waffle House next to us. And we are 5 for 5 for accomplishing that goal. So a good example of that is during Hurricane Ian in Florida, we closed 174 stores, and within 72 hours of landfall, 172 stores were back open with full power, full internet, full communications. One store was open for roughly 6 days, while nothing in a 5-mile radius had power, because we had a generator on site. We had another one behind it just in case something happened, and we had fuel constantly going into that generator. So Fort Myers was really happy for that store. So our disaster response team is a year-round process, right? Disasters can happen. Today's a nice sunny day, so we don't expect a disaster to happen here in beautiful Butts County. Certainly would hope not next to our beautiful barbecue lunch that we had, because it was delicious. So we're constantly reviewing our processes, right? In Q1, we're always monitoring for weather impacts, whether it's winter, tropical, ice, hail, fire, anything that could fall from the sky. But we do an annual program review. So this allows us to connect with local, state, and federal government officials, vendors, internal stakeholders, every component of our business. We rip our process to the studs. What can we do better? What went wrong last time? What can we improve on? How can we get better? And we do this every year in the first quarter. We get all those plans in place. We have all of our stores, in every store, including stores in Texas, are ready to rock and roll by May 1st. So in Q2, we're ready for hurricane season. Locked and loaded, stores are prepared, internal business partners are ready. We're ready to go as a business. Q3, we do Hurricane Taquito. So that's our mock hurricane we do annually, internally for us. So we take a day, we have a hurricane, we make sure the business understands what's expected of them, and we get everybody together and say, hey, here's a hurricane, here's what communications look like, and kind of run that drill just to make that muscle memory solid. And of course, anytime throughout the year, we can activate our disaster response team as needed. Into Q4, we're finishing up hurricane season finally, right? We love when October rolls around. November better, but October's good. And also we have finalized our preparations for winter weather too. So as we get into the last of the year, now we're starting off the winter season, and ice and snow and all those fun things that come with winter season fall into play. So in that internal process, we talked a little about disaster response teams. So we have 3 levels of activation so that this is consistency with communication across the business, and everyone knows what these 3 levels are. Level 1 is normal operations. Today, luckily, is a level 1 day for us. We're in August, and it's a level 1 day. It's nice and sunny out, so business as usual. Level 2 is a partial activation, so that means something's happening, but not quite full-scale, run around, hair on fire kind of thing. We generally do this when 20+ stores are impacted, but at any point we can have a partial activation. For example, the reference that you made to the tornadoes in Noonan, right? That was a partial response for us because we had a large impact to a community, even though it was only 3 stores on our map that were very impacted. It was important for us to make sure that the business allocated the right resources to it. Part of that is our own internal in-house maintenance team. So we do a lot of our own in-house maintenance through our racetrack maintenance team. That gives us yet another supply chain or method to get things places real fast. And of course, level 3 is a full activation. This is when our disaster response team, we assemble in our command center. We have our business continuity partners for twice-a-day updates. We have disaster response calls with field leadership twice a day, including weekends and holidays, and it's a bummer because it interrupts my Bulldog games on Saturdays, but we love it. And then we also are providing updates in and outside of the business, so we are the central point of communication for internal and external communications. Things we mobilize, generators. We stage generators ahead of time. We did this most recently with Hurricane Debbie. We put a generator at Valdosta, our travel center there. Last year, we put a generator at our store in Valdosta before Hurricane Idalia. When the power went out, we had power back on within an hour. So at one point, we're the only thing with power. But Georgia Power did awesome getting back on. So where's our Georgia Power friends still here? They did a great job of it. Recovery supplies, vendor standby list, and then again, state and local provided resources. So some keys to our quick support. Again, fuel. So we determine key stores along evacuation routes, and we prioritize regular and ultra-low sulfur diesel because these are what our consumers need during a disaster. We need regular fuel, we need diesel. We don't need any other fuels. That's what we need in the moment. We also do a dedicated fuel pump program for first responders and power crews. Every store, pump number 1, has specialty signage that's in place, and that is dedicated for them to get in and out real quick to get whatever fuel they need to keep supporting our communities. On our supply chain front, our racetrack warehouses, we have 4 of them, Georgia, Florida, Texas, and Louisiana. We can get products to stores in less than 24 hours. Normally it's around 12, but we say less than 24 to be safe. And actually the picture on the right-hand side, that is in our Georgia warehouse. I took that on Monday when we were having a partnership meeting with them. We have 260,000 bottles of water. We're ready to go. That is hurricane water at our Georgia warehouse. The other 3 have the same pile of water, so we have almost 1 million bottles of water. Jump teams, these are near and dear to my heart. So this is really, we talk about our people being our competitive advantage. Our jump teams are why we're able to succeed. So we have volunteers from across all businesses, all parts of the business will volunteer when there's an emergency. We stage them ahead of time. We get them hotel rooms ahead of time. They roll into support communities that are most impacted. During Hurricane Ian, we had 175 jump team members from all over the company came in. And really it was to get stores open and support communities, but also let our store teams that were most impacted, we can't forget about them. They just had their house hit by a hurricane. We had people losing houses. We had people displaced after Ian. They don't need to worry about coming back to work. We're going to take care of our people, and we're also going to run their stores and take care of the communities. So our jump team is is a real competitive advantage for us. And then, of course, communication to guests via our website and app. And a really good example of that from a local, state, and federal level during the Keystone Pipeline shutdown a few years ago. We were in direct contact with the White House to understand where fuel supply was. We do the same thing for hurricanes. So direct, constant access, feedback of where fuel is at and what stores are open. So a couple examples of our current interactions with public and private partnerships. So key stakeholder relationships here in Georgia, Department of Agriculture. So for motor fuel quality and Division of Food Safety. We work with the Department of Environmental Protection, the Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, first responders, Governor's Office, local officials, and then state trade associations. And I'd be remiss to not include our federal partners too that we work with. Right, we work with the EPA and the U.S. Department of Transportation. That's instrumental in transportation waivers for fuel trucks and our employees. And also the U.S. Department of Agriculture for SNAP waivers. Through those partnerships, it's a two-way communication for a ton of things, right? We're talking about boil water advisories, bridge closures, community safety, curfews, evacuations, fuel availability, generators, hours of service waivers, and route closures. These are all things that we are monitoring nonstop during a large-scale disaster. So as we get to, kind of jumped ahead with your question you're going to ask Representative Crow about what can we do better here in Georgia. So before I jump on this slide, I am a Georgia man through and through, Bulldogs for life. But Florida does this better. So we can learn a lot from what Florida does and some of the partnerships that we have with the state of Florida. But Georgia's the best. Even though we're number 8 with population, we're the best, right? So first and foremost is generator transfer switch installations. So a generator transfer switch is how you connect a generator to a business so they can have power. In Florida, all of our stores have these because there's a program that funds for that. In Georgia, only 35 of our stores have them because we've built them into the stores. Luckily, all of our southern Georgia stores have these. So having the ability to get these generator transfer switches installed ahead of time is a huge win from a mitigation standpoint. Essential business reentry. So again, Florida runs a statewide private sector reentry program. They are able to provide us a letter for our employees or fuel trucks or vendors ahead of a hurricane. It lets our teams, if safety is not a concern, lets our teams get to our stores, no questions asked. Gets them in there, we get back open, and we're ready to go. Probably the biggest one on here, biggest call out I have would be a statewide disaster preparedness and response website. So we talk a lot about communications and everybody does a lot of great things, right? FloridaDisaster.org puts everything together in one stop shop. So I can go on there, it is my homepage right now because it's hurricane season. I can go on there, I can see all of the stuff on the previous slide in one spot. It saves me a lot of time, saves our team a lot of time. In an emergency, minutes mean lives. A good example was during Hurricane Ian, the storm shifted midday, 36 hours before landfall. So the stores we hadn't even talked about closing were in the direct line of fire of a Category 4 hurricane. That website got us that information 30 minutes before the Hurricane Center put an advisory out. So that made a huge difference in our response plan from where we're shifting resources and how things are going. It's a huge win, huge advantage for the public sector and also for residents to have, right? They know their flood zones and that. State generator placement program. So Florida DEM offers a program where you can request a generator for essential businesses, which we are proudly an essential business. They will drop a generator at your location. So out of the 14 we have, sometimes we need more. Hurricane Ian, we needed 60. So they were able to provide us almost 40 generators during Hurricane Ian, which was a big win. And then again, designated fuel locations. So we work with the state of Florida or any business partnership, any state and local partnership. We will stop the sale of fuel at key locations to hold that supply for first responders and government need, which has been a big win as well. So I know there was a lot of stuff, and I really appreciate you taking time to listen. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions y'all might have.
Chairman Collins.
I just have more of a comment probably than a question, but obviously, you know, after the storm passes, and you have to have, you know, these essential businesses open, and obviously your industry is one of those. That last slide, your takeaway there from some things on your wish list, so to speak. I want to just reiterate to the members of the committee, I will not be there next year to work towards any of these things, but so far, if I could look at a slide and see where we could have an impact as a legislator, I would think acting towards some of this kind of stuff would be very beneficial to our constituents and for the state. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, as we alluded to, right, every county, every local jurisdiction, every company has their own response plan. This is what we found works really best for our business. And it's a selfish wish list on our end, but this would benefit a lot of the private sector, regardless of what your business is.
Charlie Smith, do you have anything? Do you have a question? No. Well, just, I agree. Things like this are things, at least I think I was hoping to get some of this, to find people who had been interacting in other parts and across the state and in other states, to find things, some best practices that we can implement here, because what we want to do is try to provide resources from a state standpoint to help our businesses and our citizens respond and recover from these disasters. So I really appreciate that. I don't know what a generator transfer switch is, but I'm gonna find out. So.
It's a really cool box with a bunch of colored plugs on the back of it. Yeah, we have a certified. It's not a store team; it's a certified vendor that connects the generator. But yes,
now, I know from my, at the house for our generator, you have a switch you can flip to where you don't backfeed power.
Yep.
Is that the same?
Same concept, but way bigger. Especially for a convenience store. I mean, it's a lot of power to run one of our stores. So that box we have huge generators that go to our stores.
So y'all installed y'all's. You said?
Yes, so in the state of Florida, every store has one. So all 270 plus stores have one. The state of Florida provides a grant program. So once we got stores caught up to it, right, existing stores, it's part of new construction. And in Georgia, that's why we have it installed. Really, it's just our new construction stores that have come with them. So Valdosta and Dublin are new construction, they have it, and then we retrofitted the Brunswick stores with it.
Okay, so that's not the benefit from a state standpoint, I guess, is their grant program to help.
Yeah,
to help encourage the installation of these. Yeah,
they're about $15,000 a store to install. So again, there's just like with anything with legislation, like there's a balance of, there's got to be a cash flow, right? So we earmark X amount towards retrofitting stores that need them, or in the moment, if we've had to go retrofit, our Noonan stores have generator transfer switches now. So we've gone back and retrofitted as needed for where possible.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir, you may.
I don't want to put too fine a point on this, but one of the things that we've heard just for this limited time that we've been here today together was the need for true energy independence during natural disasters. True energy independence.
Yep, and I like the fact that designated fuel locations, is that something that is specific to Florida?
No, that's a program we can put in any state very easily. We work really closely with our Metroplex and energy dispatch partners, and it's just identifying locations. So as we look at our own business and identify what key locations are on corridors, we can identify those right away, and then with one phone call, right, that'll come into our team during a disaster, we will stop sale for public consumption, and immediately that can be used for whoever needs it.
And how is that best communicated to the people who need to know that?
We have, so through our government relations team that we partner with very closely during a disaster, they are in constant communication with a ton of what's going on outside of the business, and they're very quick to get us information and also get our information back out. Plus with our marketing team and our partnerships team, our communication outward is exponential.
Okay. Charlie Smith, you have a question?
So you talk long enough, I have a question.
No, you're good.
And so I really appreciate the process you have in place, but when a tragedy hits and the emergency is going on, some places have some resources, some don't. So do you work interactively with other entities around you, or is it a solo type? I mean, do you coordinate through the state? Do you do you have a private business, private entity ability to interconnect with other private? I mean, I just see some kind of grid or something there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the core of a disaster response or mitigation plan is people, right? It's not, you have to put people first. So when a disaster occurs, there are a lot of things that in a normal day-to-day where we're like, oh, we'd never work with this competitor or that competitor, that goes out the window in a disaster, right? If somebody needs help, one business will help another business, one government entity will help a private business, however we can. Because at the end of the day, it's about our communities that just went through a horrific event. Whether it's tornado, hurricane, ice storms are the worst. Ice is horrible to deal with. But we have to be out there to support each other, and that's really our culture as a business. I think that's kind of our people are a competitive advantage, and we mean that from a lot of different components. Our people rally during normal days and rally even harder during disasters, and that goes outward and inward. So yes, we've worked with, oh, it's recorded, so I'll be careful, but we've worked with Wawa in the state of Florida before, right? They had an emergency with a store, they couldn't get people out of a store. We had the ability with our in-house maintenance trucks to get there, and we were able to get 2 of their employees out because there was potential the water was gonna raise from a flood. So we've done things like that where we help people out because you have to, right? We're human. At the end of the day, we're human.
Quick follow-up, but your interaction is not through a government process at all. It is an entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah, it's very much entrepreneurial. Yep, it is. A lot of what we do and how we've learned to craft this and what works best for us is trial by fire. We learned to stage generators ahead of time because we couldn't get a generator to a store after a storm. So it's all entrepreneurial spirit. It's all generated by us. It's phone calls, it's connections we have, it's random text messages at midnight saying, hey, this is going on, or this route's blocked, or flooding's here. We all help each other out within our business for sure.
Yeah, I think that's really important to know that, to take the things that y'all have learned through trial and error, or trial by fire, as you said, and to be able to help publicize those and replicate those throughout the state, and everybody know what resources are there from y'all, and to find out, hey, these are things that work great here, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. That's really the purpose, I think, that we're after, is trying to find those things and help make them more accessible to people. And I love the Wi-Fi access that y'all have.
I would be, our IT partners would kill us. So again, that's something that we're looking at with the state of Florida as they look at different preparedness grants. The challenge with putting Starlink or a satellite-based Wi-Fi is the cost of the equipment, right? The equipment's about $4,000 a store. We don't mind the $300 a month fee that we'd have to pay for it because it's service, but when you start looking at scalability and $4,000 for a location, we have that in about 50 of our stores because that's just good news for us to do, but it's going to take us a while to put that at every store, whereas a grant program similar to like the generator transfer switch program allows us to move a lot faster to get that in there as backup internet.
All right, great. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we are definitely committed to partnerships and ongoing conversations, so please do not hesitate to reach out, and we'd be more than happy to help provide more insight or perspective as needed. So,
all right, thank you very much. All right, now we're going to move on to a local perspective and talk to some of our local folks and have some hands-on experience recently with some things like this. First will be the Butts County County Manager, Brad Johnson, who has a vast amount of experience and background in this kind of stuff. Well, he's built it over a time, but I think every time he goes through it, it gets better. So if you want to talk about your background too, feel free.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, committee, for having us, and thank you for being in Butts County, number one. And I have different perspectives, and do have about 33 years of public safety before I moved to the other side when it comes to government. We call it the other side for the administrative part, and it was a parking lot talk about 8 years ago now that got me to come over to the Deputy County Manager, Henry County / Public Safety Director. from the fire department where I spent 29 years. And then the last 3.5 years been here in Butts County. So have a different perspective on the government. I'll start off a little bit off script by saying everybody here so far this morning has been a public emergency management director or coordinator is their position throughout their organization. Is that correct? You know, they're paid for a corporation, company, or something. One of the issues I see here in Georgia is we have 159 counties. Coming from a county who had funds and had resources just north of here, compared to a county like Butts County, and probably comparing to another 100 of the 159 counties, you don't have a full-time emergency management director. You have an emergency management director by law. However, they're also doing planning and zoning. They're doing manager jobs. They're doing fire marshal job like here. So emergency management might not be important, or is important, might not be a priority that has moved up on the priority list until it is. And then that most of the time is too late then. Speaking here of our Georgia tornadoes in 2023 that hit our area, we were not prepared all the way. We did not have a functional EOC at the time. We had our EMA director, which has been doing it for a long time. He met the marks. Bless him. He's met the marks. He's hit the check mark. He's got his strategic, his planning, his emergency preparedness plan done. He's got all the check marks on his drills, which most of them are in kind or happen as real emergencies. However, are we putting in the time and resources needed to make our community safe? And the answer is no. I would say it's no, and probably 80% of our community in the state of Georgia. But I'll go through the day, and I'm bad. I'm like Jeff, and I wrote Jeff's thing. Everybody likes normal. Jeff Partain, Home Depot. That's I'm going to use his statement. But I'm like him too. I like to move around, but Clint told me I had to stay here for the mic, so I got it. I just got to be the mic. Cool. So January 2023, January 12th to be exact, about lunchtime, we've actually had several briefings with the National Weather Service over a few days leading up to that, and we knew something could happen. We didn't know how bad it could be, but we knew something could happen. What was good for us is we had time to upstaff. You know, our total staffing here in Butts County of our fire EMS is 12 people. 12 people. Luckily that day we doubled it. We knew something could happen, so we doubled it, which is a new concept here in our county just over the last few years. We changed a few response methodologies. But we got to looking at West Georgia, and we were able to track our storm all the way across for hours. We actually had enough time to send people home. All our non-essential personnel, we sit home, go home. And we sit out here at this front door right here where we had lunch, and we watched. Our 911 center is actually behind this door here, behind this wall. We actually opened up a makeshift in the hallway right close where we ate lunch. We opened up our EOC, and we established the people there, which I think is the first time in years, many years, probably since the last flood of 94 and the snowstorm of 93, I get them backwards, that we've actually had to do that here. But we did that and watched the storm move through. And here's a little timeline we have is our severe weather notification was given at 16:31. 16:34, we activated sirens. And at 16:37, we're like, oh gosh, it's going to Henry County. I'm sorry, 16:36, we're like, cool, South Henry County, it's going there. We're good. It's going to South Henry County. Then when the phone rings, 911 center's quiet. We're actually standing in there, and the phone rings, and I can hear the lady yelling on the phone from our dispatch. They have headphones on about our roof has collapsed. I'm like, wow. So I actually standing there said, ask them if it was our pavilion or the roof, and it was Master Brand out at the interstate. It's a 1.1 million square foot warehouse. And I said, ask them if it's the pavilion. It can't be that big warehouse. However, no, it's the warehouse. So the middle of the warehouse collapsed. So again, we went there. We sent units. Once it calmed down, we had to wait a few minutes for everything to pass through. We sent units. And it was all good then. So we started going that way and getting out towards a few miles outside the city and said, oh, wow, here we go. And you'll see a lot of mine is going to be pictures till we get towards the end. We're going to talk about what we learned and then what can we do better. So this is kind of what our 911 CAD looked like a few minutes after that initial call to Master Brand. And I will say their plan worked. Their plan worked. They went to a safe room. All their employees went to their safe room, and the middle of the building collapsed in. The pipe, sprinkler system, everything was collapsed, but everyone was okay. This is kind of our CAD. Now remember, we typically have 12 people. We have 2 people assigned, sometimes mostly 3 to our dispatch center. This is one of 3 pages of calls activated at one time. You'll see the path of the tornadoes that came through and how we watched them from LaGrange come through Spalding and then through Butts to South Henry, all the way up to Jasper. And you'll see I had 3 tornadoes right in our area of Butts County. And the unique situation about this storm is, from what Dave Nadler said at the Weather Service, it's more like a hurricane. It was actually turning sideways, and tornadoes were falling as the storm turned sideways. We could not figure out here why we did not have one straight line. We would have trees that were down or storm here, and then going this way. Then it would be turning around the other way, but the last is a big long word for it. It's way ahead of my vocabulary, but they call it, and it was dropping out of the storm as a master storm dropped down, and it's very unusual to have that type of day here in Georgia. But that's a track, and I tell you, if you ever want to track a storm coming through, go to your 911 center, because it's going to start. You can track a pattern from your 911 center. We actually, before this came out from the actual Weather Service, we had a pretty good penciled map in of where the storm was just by our 911 calls. It's kind of what we went to that night. This is actually an area out towards Representative Crow. It's only actually less than a mile from his house. It's called Cherokee Lake Estates. It's a subdivision on the lake. That area there, it took us about 6 hours just to get to the people in that area. Just go through some pictures quickly of kind of what that night. You wouldn't tell that's actually a subdivision, the main road in the subdivision. We'll go quickly through this way. It's kind of the front room. This is a few days in. This is actually, FEMA's been activated. One of the things we did open up a landline, a helpline, a Butts County helpline. You'll see one of our dispatchers here. We actually activated them to man that line during the day. This is after we downsized our main operations center. Kerry Futch, he was assigned to us from South Georgia from GEMA. Glenn Goins, our EMA director, fire marshal. And James, I can't remember his last name, he's from FEMA. FEMA actually signed someone here eventually. Kind of going back through our damage assessment. And it goes back to that north string you seen on the map earlier in our community. During the storm, we also had a call for a train derailment. I'm like, wow, how do we get anything else? We don't have power. We don't have cell service. And dispatch called and said, hey, guess what? We have a call for a train derailment. No way. It was. This is up 42 North at Hypenex at the Scotts location, right across the street. A tornado actually came through and knocked the train off the tracks. Cars. So we had 3 phases. The first phase was to get to the location where we had people. Okay. Phase 1 was find the people, and we had to go through certain areas out towards the lake, at Cherokee Lake on foot, dodge and make sure the power lines and everything was safe for our responders. Second phase called pushback, cutback. Okay. Cutback was to cut the road open. Cut it enough to get the emergency units down, cut the roads back enough, and you'll see some more pictures here in a few minutes that we cut. Let me find a good one. You see where the crews went down and just cut the right of way, basically. Let's just cut so we can get a truck down or a car down or whatever we needed to get down. And phase 3 was clean up. We went back the third day we started in the cleanup, we would actually cut back to the ditch line, because one of the things that's unsafe is leave that close to the road when you open up traffic again, the hazard for them. I will tell you a quick side story. I was deployed to Katrina, part of the incident management team back in whenever it was, '05. One of the hazards we had when they went through the highways, and I was deployed to Picayune, Mississippi, where the hurricane came through. One of the issues we had was they would cut the trees on the side of the interstate. We was having car wrecks, and the trees were impaling people in the cars because they were just cut to the side of the road. So we made it very clear we want to make sure we eliminated that from some experience I had to get back to phase 3, get them back out past the ditch line so it's safe to travel once we open it, because we knew it was going to be a while. All right, show some more pictures. This is one of our community exercises to do our preliminary meeting with FEMA. This is actually up in Henry County. We sent crews from the region, from all the affected counties, from Jasper all the way over. Spalding was there. This is one of the briefings. Now, this is probably 10 days into it. So we're 10 days into the process. This is when the cavalry arrived. Now, talk about the good things. Our response was awesome. Our team. What saved us? What saved Butts County in the first, I call it the first 48. Resources are great, but it takes a minute to get there. But the first 48 is when you're on your own. We had a prearranged contract with a cleanup company, and we had a cleanup monitoring company on contract. Our EMA director did that. The Board of Commissioners approved it 6 months in advance. I've never had to use them before. We've always used our resources from our local public works, dump trucks, and so on. We called these guys like, oh my God. They said, hey, boss, we got this. We got a contract. Oh, wow. This is the day 2. We're in my office, day 2. They activated it. The owner of the company called back. The next day, they had one of their representatives was standing here at 8 o'clock in the morning. 2 days later, they were deploying these resources from Florida to us. We called them the big black trucks. We'd never seen the big black trucks before. I'd never seen them type of trucks before, but we had like 7 of them that were deployed here, and then it's a check-in process. Now, one of the hardest things is getting our locals to understand that you can't just pick up stuff and move it. You can, but it don't work out that way. There's a lot of different crazy, non-common sense rules out there, but I'm sure there's rules for somebody because somebody broke the rule because us to have a rule. But it took a whole day just to get the trucks inspected, to get them checked in, to get them weighed, to get them verified, to get them certified. So they're lining up right now, getting ready to go through the certification process. Not only do you have to have a company here to clean it up, you got to have another company that's not part of them to verify they're actually cleaning up. So they have to get somebody in the car behind them to ride behind them, take pictures, weigh it, come back here, and you'll see the staging unit we staged over here, part of the cleanup, and I'll show you in a second. So this picture is taken by the third party that has to ride behind them. So they GPS the load, they have to pick it up, they take pictures of it, then you have to bring it to our landfill that we had to make and get certified after about a week, get an APD certification to even have a landfill to put the debris on. They also went back to orange tags were trees that had to come down because they had been distressed or weakened. This is our crews actually taking part of our DOT yard and making its own landfill there. So we have a place to store it. Many years ago during an ice storm here in Butts County, when I was in my previous life as fire EMA, we had a ice storm come through, and we decided, hey, let's make sense. Let's bring our chippers out. Let's just chip the wood back into where it was before. It knocked it in the middle of the streets, so it closed everything. We saved so much money. It was great. Well, guess what? There's no reimbursement for chipped wood. Okay? They've got to come, and they've got to have it. And you'll see here when the trucks come in, somebody's on top from the debris management, from the debris monitoring company, weighing it, taking pictures of it. When it goes in, you have to take pictures when it comes out. We have our landfill this way. We have our SDR, which is Southern Disaster Recovery. They had to go this way. This is our debris field that we had to take 12 miles all the way to the debris location. And this shows parts of the crews working. This is the command center that was brought in from the monitoring company. Every truck is GPSed. Every truck is 24 are while they're in operations are monitoring on where they're located. Their loads are tracked, so you can't say that they picked up more than they didn't pick up. But everything goes here, and it's got computers everywhere inside there. This is one of our 3 sites that we ended up having that showed just to show you the number. That's one of the big black trucks at the very bottom down there to show how big the pile is from that view right there. Inside the command center, and you can't really see the computers and all. Partnered with Spalding, they were nice. We had a regional area. We used some storm stuff or supplies from over there for our citizens. Would go there for regional distribution center. And luckily, we survived. We were being a county our size, we were proud of our response. More importantly, it's proud we had the money to pay up front, because there's no money, it's just don't appear. We had our neighbors around us that could not call and have the cleanup company be there in 2 days, 3 days, that could not call and have resources deployed. What went well is event preparation. Had time to prepare because we could watch the storm. The Weather Center and GEMA did a great job getting us ready on the front end, telling us it's going to happen. Now, it might not happen, and sometimes we prepare, nothing happens, but it's always good to prepare. Pre-stage equipment, we upped our staffing, added more ambulances, fire trucks. We pre-stage our DOT, our public works equipment in our fire stations during these times. Our citizens made it successful. Our citizens went out cutting the streets, cutting the trees. We could not have done, we'd still be cutting today if it went from them the first day trying to get the people. They were amazing. Teamwork, city, county, water authority, sheriff. We deployed our inmates, we deployed water authority personnel. We deployed our planning and zoning director with logistics operator. He went and got pizza, he went and fed people, he got everything lined up. It was all hands on deck, that it don't matter what your job title is, we try to have everybody on the same team, and no matter what it is. Ordering the Jiffy Johns to getting food or whatever. It don't matter who you are or what rank you are. We have IEPs daily. We did a full IMT. Well, I say full, it's simulated through our personnel. We did briefings every morning, formalize the IEP. Now, that's the good things. What can we do better? We're working now on building a formal emergency operations center and headquarters. We should have called for outside resources sooner. Now, outside resources are not the state disaster, it's your local people. And we think about fire, EMS, and law enforcement. If we have a shooter, we can get some help. We can get fire, whatever. We're talking about public works. We need to do better having public works contracts. Our local people are affected, but we could have reached out to Macon, Bibb County, Putnam County, our partners over there we work with. Can we get 3 dump trucks and crews and skid loaders to come help us? And I think that's important. We always think about public safety being the only mutual aid focus. Let's think about other resources. Do we need some damage assessment people? We trained our county assessors. We had a crash course in training them pretty quickly. We can reach out to other places and help each other as local governments. A formal emergency management team. We're working on that now. We're working on revamping our emergency management team to have, our goal is to have a type 3 emergency management team locally in our organization. So that's one of our goals. Emergency management process. We have good buy-in of our cities. We're good partners when it comes to emergency management with our cities in our county, our jurisdiction, and we work well as a team, is organizing it. And going back before, we've got to change and make it a priority for emergency management to be a priority, not just after 9/11, not just after a hurricane or a tornado event. We could have got anything after the tornado event. Money was there. It's not today because we know we have other things happening. There's other things that's important. Priorities are huge, but we've got to take that. If we want to be successful every time, we've got to prepare every time and stay prepared for that. One of the things that's big that's really hard because the feds getting it reimbursed is very hard is using local vendors. We're taking the approach, we don't care. We're going to contract, work with our chamber right now. We're putting together, we have no local vendors that are federally FEMA credentialed. It's ridiculous. They don't have $45 million of liability. They don't have 16 skid steers in our small community, that is ridiculous that they cannot be involved in it, or they can. We're taking a stance that we're going to have a set amount of our response funding that we're going to hire them on the first alarm. When we get there, say, oh, drop the button, deploy X, Y, and Z companies. We want to assign them to the operations center and send them out to certain areas to clear the roads. I think that's what our board of commissioners are amazing, and they're one of our number one goal is keep our community safe. And that's one of the things. I think we're working on these things right now. And we actually got a meeting in a couple of weeks with our road clearing and our private tree companies and our construction companies who have the heavy equipment here locally that they want to deploy. So other than that, any questions?
Actually, a comment. I'm especially fascinated by the fact that you had already started your practice of knowing what we can do ahead of time. Mm-hmm. So we have 159 counties. Almost 2/3 of our counties have very limited staff and administrators. They don't have the resources. But for anybody watching now, who and why, when, where what led you to making these contracts, like with the black trucks, and what preempted? Because like most of our counties in Georgia, this is not ordinary and customary to be dealing with what we're doing now. Mm-hmm. And so there was no necessary incentive that made you do it. So I think it might be helpful if somebody's listening as to how did you convince your county government officials? I mean, there's a whole process to be ready like you were.
I think the emergency management directors are given the information on there. Now, acting on it's something, because I was the same way. Like, yeah, we never used that before. And our EMA director brought it. It wasn't me. I want to tell you, it wasn't me who initiated it. It was our EMA director but he's also the fire marshal, our fire investigator, a response firefighter also. They brought it for an agenda item. I was like, okay. He said, yeah, we did bids. Okay. We bid it out. We did the whole process. And he brought it, got on the board, and we had the board push it through, that the board approved our standing contract with them. Now, I tell you a funny story. We did everything right. We thought we did anyway. We're doing it. We bid it out. We posted it. We on the state procurement website. We had 20 people, or maybe it's 15 companies bid on it. We kept everything. We went through the grading process. We thought we did everything right. So it comes back time to reimbursement. Now you got to pay for everything up front. It's nothing. They don't wait and say, "Hey, we're gonna do it, but you can pay us later." No, if you ever. And we still got some outstanding non-payments we've had from FEMA now. But anyway, we get through. We get time, and we're like, "Yes, we did it. We did it." One thing we did not do is publish a picture in our local paper who runs every 10 days that you have to do it. That step got missed. They would not pay at first. FEMA would not reimburse us because everything was done, but our local once a week paper did not have the small article in it that was necessary. Now we did websites, web pages, state pages, everything else.
Because it was a legal organ?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that was a legal organ. So anyway, and we thought we did, but the EMA director did it. He didn't. It slipped. It slipped.
I think it's called red tape. But
red
anyway.
tape, exactly. So the funny thing is they had to take our price, and we had all inclusive. We had all inclusive to take down the bad trees, everything from ours is a turnkey project. All the way to cleaning up after our field over there. They had to come back and plant it and do everything to mitigate everything. End up having to go to the surrounding county and say, what are they having to pay now with a non-contracted price? They end up having to pay more than they had to pay us more, and we actually negotiated back to our original contracted price. We weren't trying to get more, but it came up that, oh, how are y'all getting it so cheap? Well, because we did it 2 years ago. I did it 18 months ago when there was not a disaster.
Right.
But it was just, again, the red tape was horrendous trying to get through that. And it goes back to our local, your smaller counties, having worked in a bigger county that is sustainable, that we can fund some of this stuff. Your smaller counties cannot.
Right.
And your smaller EMA directors, until someone maybe just grant funding or some of the funding at a state level says, we're gonna give this much money, we get like $7,000 a year for Butts County. I personally would like to see them fund a EMA portion so that person can be an EMA director and have that number one priority, like these gentlemen that presented this morning for corporate, that their job is to make sure you're safe. Their job is to stay up to date, make sure your team is playing, your team is on point. Do something like that to help fund it to the smaller counties who can't.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your population?
About 27.5
For the county?
right now, about here, yeah.
What's the population? What's the population of Jackson?
55. And that includes Jackson in that population. We're geographically challenged. I tell everybody I start. We're geographically challenged being so close to Henry County, Spalding County, Newton County, Rockdale, being highly, going from 27,000 to 260,000 is a big deal.
Well, I think if every county in the state operated the way some of these small counties do, you do more with less than what a lot of larger counties do with more.
I agree.
And I think it's a testament to, the community that we're in here and the people that live in this community. It's provides a resilience of its own, if you will. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple things on you mentioned the EPD certification for the landfill. So y'all had to establish, I guess, a separate portion of the landfill as a tree landfill.
And then had to have it, someone had to come in from the state, have it researched and test it, and then certify it and give us actually a permit. We couldn't put anything on it until we had a permit. And it took a couple of days to do that.
That's more federal regulation than necessarily state, is that?
It is. Well, the state requires the EPD and the natural resources as part of that process, but it has to be done if you're going to get any FEMA reimbursement and all your check marks.
So the weighing of the trucks and the certification of the trucks and all that, that's all FEMA. That's all necessary for FEMA reimbursement.
Because most of the state funding comes through pass-through from the feds, so it's a pass-through process.
Okay.
May I add to that comment? So if you lived in an urban area and the trees fell, because they fell everywhere, the city could only come and pick up what was on the street. And people couldn't get to their houses. I mean, there was nothing to do, so the problem was continuously increasing. And at one point, speaking of red tape, but if you needed access to a stream, which brought you into another category, then that area could be cleared. So y'all remember that. I mean, invent your streams if you have to, but the red tape.
And I think somehow
my biggest worry for any county in our state is that, and I'm familiar with all this, I wouldn't know how to cut my way through the red tape. And
Sure.
Maybe one of our challenges policy-wise is to create a clearer track as to what can happen here and what can happen there. So
Yes, ma'am. I think that's a great
you've been
idea.
a great example for what it's like to actually try and solve this problem.
Yeah, and just on the Public Works Mutual Aid, is that something that's in place? I'm familiar with Public Safety Mutual Aid, obviously, but is there a framework for that? Is that something that's typically done, or is that just something we need to think about moving forward?
I think there's some place. I'm going to defer to two of the other experts here that are way more voice than I am on that part, but there is some framework already in place. It's just using it and getting that buy-in. I think that's it. And that's locally. That's a local problem of not doing the same thing we've always done, trying to find a different result. I think that's what it is. We've never done that before. Well, we can. I remember years ago, Butts County, back when Hugo went through in the late 80s, we sent our DOT work people to South Carolina from here in Little Butts County. So I think that's, I like thinking outside the box, and I don't care what it is. Like, if it's, like I tell our team, if it's something the county bought, it's all of ours, and we'll use it whatever we need to use it for. And luckily, again, I can't express enough how our Board of Commissioners support moving forward with that.
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
maybe a statewide intergovernmental agreement that local governments could opt into, just like you did proactively with the mitigation of clearing the debris. If you had a statewide memorandum of understanding or intergovernmental agreement, that all those municipalities could work together.
And I think we do. And again, these two, I'm the pre-show. So I think we already do it. And Chief Pope and Kevin can tell you about that more. I'm pretty sure we do have framework for that. It's just breaking the old mold and making it important to be prepared, and having the people who should be prepared know it because they're not doing 14 other jobs, and having that in place in the front thing. So thank you, representatives.
Thank you very much. So, all right, now we will move on to the next speaker, which is the Henry County Deputy Manager, Kevin Johnson. New and improved version.
While we're transitioning here, because it's killing me not to just answer all these questions. There is a statewide mutual aid agreement, right, that is signed throughout the entire state. All municipalities have the opportunity to sign it, but all the counties are encouraged to and look to sign that. So that is the base framework for any kind of mutual aid experience, whether it's DOT equipment or public safety in general. What that does not regulate is forcing a jurisdiction to send their equipment, right? So you have to have the buy-in, you have to have the acceptance, and it's also not refunded. So the jurisdictions that are sending their equipment and their personnel are not being refunded by the state for that deployment of an asset. It comes down to relationships. If you want to establish something where you're reaching out to other jurisdictions for public work utilities, for public work deployment, it starts here locally, building the relationships with those other municipalities, with those counties, and taking it from there. But
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your background. Obviously, I want you to start off there so folks know, I know, but so they know kind of what your background is, where you've been, what you've done, and what level of expertise you have in these conversations.
Sure. My name is Kevin Johnson. I am the Deputy County Manager for Henry County. Thank you for having this today. This is a great opportunity for everyone here, everyone watching, just being able to have the conversation. I started in public safety when I was 18 years old in Henry County as a 911 dispatcher. That gave me the opportunity to see big picture things. I was not siloed. I was able to learn from all disciplines of public safety: fire, PD, code enforcement, animal control, medical, and that kind of changed my vision, changed my career path. So after spending some time in 911, I moved into emergency management at Henry County. I did a couple years handling local emergency management work before transitioning to GEMA Emergency Management, Homeland Security, where I was a training officer there. I had the opportunity to go to all 159 counties, 161 emergency management agencies, and work with those municipalities, work with those departments, experience the different level of resources that each department had. And there's a drastic change between what we have in Henry County and what you have in South Georgia. It's not comparable, and we should not function the same way thinking that it is. After working there on the operations side, and activated state operations centers through multiple disasters, civil unrest, tornadoes, you gain a lot of experience, but more importantly, you make those relationships, you get those contacts, and you learn the process. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Spent about 4 years with GEMA and then transitioned back to Henry County, where I was a Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and probably 2.5 weeks now in this new role as Deputy County Manager. So, you know.
I hope you keep it.
Yeah, we're on the fence still. We're gonna see how it goes.
You're on the other side now.
Yes, that's right, the other side.
The other side.
I'm in a tough spot, right? Because I'm sandwiched in between the guy who taught me everything and then the current EMA Director of the Year for the state of Georgia, being Glenn Polk. So I'm going to be brief and try to cover a few topics. I want to start by encouraging everyone to practice like they play. I was born and raised here in Butts County. I love this place. And it started very young for me at Red Devil Hill, where you get yelled at if you're not going full speed, if you're not practicing as hard as you can. And the same thing goes for being prepared for disasters on local level government. So in Henry County, before the big tornado event, we were lucky that we implemented a new standard of training for all employees. Public safety folks are used to this. The National Incident Management System, Incident Command Structure, ICS 100, 200, 700, 800. It gives you a base layer of knowledge for how to respond and coordinate disasters, right? We made that mandatory for everyone in our county, from our public works employees to our tag office people to anybody. So we're getting there. So what that did was allow the base layer of knowledge for how to react during a disaster to already be implemented through everyone there in Henry County. We also made sure that we acted as we were trained. So whether it's a disaster or not, we are preparing the paperwork, we are preparing the logistics, we are building the team out like we would for a disaster. We have a summer concert series coming up, a couple weeks. If you like country music, come join us. But I just got emailed an incident action plan, and from our response chief, our operations chief, right? So establishing this as the foundation of how you operate daily will prepare you for the disasters when they hit your jurisdiction. So it's important to do that. One thing that we did during the tornado response was quickly reach out to our partners at GEMA. Sherry Russo is our area coordinator. She's been covering Metro Atlanta for years. She is my hero, and she knows more people than anybody else in this world. But she made a lot of this happen for us. At 16, hang on, I wrote this down as the person before me was talking about how excited they were. At 1636, while people in Butts County were celebrating the path possibly going north into Henry County, we were squeezing really tight, waiting for it to impact Locust Grove. It came right over 75 from our friends in Spalding County and made direct impact in a mobile home park called Indian Creek Mobile Home Park, just next to 75 near Tanger Outlet Center. There's over 300 residents there, and that was our highest impact area. So we knew that we had to go there. We knew that that was our hardest hit. We knew we had to prioritize resources directly into that area. So we identified a location that was central to the damage. That was our Locust Grove Rec Center. We made sure that we were able to coordinate as many opportunities for whatever's needed as possible in that single location. So we started making phone calls, right? Well, we reached out to Red Cross, who established a shelter there. We reached out to Salvation Army, who provided 200 meals a day for our citizens, and that's just at the site. They also went into the mobile home park with their mobile kitchen and fed everyone there every day. We provided cots, we provided water, and one of the biggest partnerships we had during that time was with Verizon Wireless. We didn't have power, we didn't have internet, we didn't have any of that stuff. But because we had contact with Verizon, they rolled a huge bus down there, was handing out MiFis like it was candy. So everyone was able to have that free of charge and have internet access. So again, understanding who to call and centralizing that made a huge difference. We brought in, through our partners at GEMA, they brought in shower trailers, laundry trailers, everything that you can think of. It was great. So centralizing your resources for the community made a huge impact for us. We established a donation management center there and brought in Seventh-day Adventists to come and manage that for us. Again, a faith-based organization that specializes in donated goods. You wouldn't imagine when disaster hits, everyone wants to help, and everyone believes that helping means clean out your closet and bring your old clothes and drop them off. I promise, after a disaster, nobody wants your wedding gown, but we get them, right? So it's a whole nother operation just dealing with donation management. So knowing the right people to address that made a huge difference. A couple of pictures there. All right, so you touched on this a minute ago when you talked about private property. This was a huge issue for us. That mobile home park that I mentioned, Indian Creek, it's all private roads. 300 plus trailers that were there, they were in bad shape. No power, no anything, low income. It was a struggle. So the tornado path went directly over them. I want to talk about what it takes to get help there. Immediately, we can clean up the streets, right? Unless it's a private road. We can't touch anything. What we ran into, once we had all the resources in, we had shelters open, we had all of these things there for them to go utilize, but we couldn't help clear their roads. We couldn't help get them to their homes. We couldn't help anything with debris removal. It took us 5 months before we could touch a tree limb on their property. And that's not acceptable. That's not okay. That starts with a conversation with us and GEMA and FEMA, expressing the need for private property debris removal. There's a ton of paperwork that had to be filled out. We met 3 times a week to discuss the progress and push it. It had to go through everyone's legal team. It had to meet all these qualifications. We went as far as having Department of Public Health come out and write a accommodations recommending that it needed to be addressed. We went as far, I don't know what slide I'm on, this picture here, and this is pictures on the side, left-hand side from the mobile home park, but on the right is a scale of code enforcement sightings. We had to get our own code enforcement and cite every infraction on there just to prove that there was a situation that needed to be addressed. We didn't charge the citizens, but we used that data to push the federal government into allowing us on this property. If I can make any kind of change based off of this event, you've already mentioned the red tape. There's no reason it should take us 5-6 months before we can help citizens. It made everything so much worse with this debris laying on the side of the road, lack of access. The cleanup was just sitting, and then as the seasons change and you have animals, it became a thing. So that was a huge concern for us. Highly recommend that the process is changed for that, but also if you are an owner of property and you have private roads, do your best to dedicate that to your jurisdiction that you live in so that government can go in and pick things up from the side of the road. So our story was a little different than Butts County and Spalding County. I was probably in this position 2 to 3 months before this tornado hit, and we did not have a debris removal contract in place. That's a problem, and I know a lot of counties don't now, and that's a problem. We were negotiating with SDR, the same ones that were utilized here, and we were moving towards that direction, but a tornado came. I could not pull the trigger and have the big black trucks here. What saved us was the state of Georgia. We were saved by Georgia Emergency Management. We were saved by Georgia Department of Corrections, by Forestry. We had 200 plus state employees come out with their equipment and help clean up our streets, not just state roads, our local county roads. We used correction teams to turn them into chainsaw strike teams. They teamed up with our DOT crews and they got it done. That was huge for us. We got everything cleaned up within 2 weeks, and that was strictly using state assets at no charge to our jurisdiction. That was great. And we were only able to do that because these 2 guys had their paperwork in place. Because if they also had to call the state and ask, they wouldn't have the equipment, they wouldn't have the deployable assets to cover all 3 jurisdictions. So we're thankful that you guys had your stuff together. This is a list of everyone that was involved, everyone that was in our EOC. I can't express enough how important it is to know who to call and know what's available. If you are a smaller jurisdiction, if you're a one-man show in South Georgia, you have to know who to call to bring in to supply these resources. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how many staff you have. It is imperative that you have these phone numbers on standby, ready to call. And GEMA Homeland Security is that catalyst that connects it all. So it's important that you integrate yourself and your department into their operations as well. And you can't forget about the private sector, nonprofit-based organizations. Mr. Drew with Racetrack, well, he's not here anymore. Yeah, there you are. Hey, man. We partner with Racetrack. Henry County does. Every time there's a warming or a cooling station that needs to be opened up, our emergency management team partners with our local racetracks. We stand up tents, we have cooling fans, and it's a place to come cool off in the summertime, and we make a warm space there in the wintertime. Focus mainly on our homeless population, but we do have those partnerships with our private partners there. And Home Depot was at our last local emergency planning committee. So we host meetings where our local businesses come in, and we work with them to understand what resources are available internally inside of our jurisdiction so that we can game plan for when something bad does happen. We're not guessing at what our partners have. We're not guessing at who's going to be a part of our team. We're not making that a first initial cold call during a disaster. We already have a relationship. We already know they're going to have our backs in Henry County when we need them to. The most important thing, in my opinion, and the best mitigation effort that you can have, is investing into your citizens. In Henry County, we prioritize a CERT program. That is a Citizens Emergency Response Team. It's an 8-week course. It covers all disciplines of public safety. You go from learning search and rescue, medical triage, police operations, disaster preparedness. At the end of this, you become a certified volunteer for us. So what that means is you are on a list, and we have over 500 Henry County residents on this list, but they're now qualified to come out and work with us when we have trees down, when we have an activated EOC, when we have a disaster and we need manpower. These are the folks we come and pull into this. We partner with our churches, we partner with sororities, different groups within the county, and then we build this roster and we use them. Consistent training, we keep them engaged monthly with CPR classes, different kind of training through Georgia Emergency Management, active shooter awareness training. It's excellent, but understanding that we have this raw manpower sitting, waiting, ready to serve their community because they live here and they care about it, that triples what we can do as an organization. So highly recommend that we buy into the CERT programs on a local level and start training our citizens. Okay, told you that was short. Questions for me?
Again, I think it was a great presentation, and I like it that I think a lot of citizens after a disaster want to help.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is a way of bringing individual involvement into it, not something we should, promote everywhere. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, it brings credibility to those people that want to help. It's just not somebody showing up with a pickup truck and a chainsaw.
That's right.
You've got people that are effective when you call upon them. So it also adds some credibility to credibility, not liability.
That's key. Yes.
That's exactly right. Because there's a lot of folks out there that'll tell you, I want to help you, but I can't cut your grass, I can't take your trash out, I can't clean your gutters or paint your house, but I want to be there to help you any way I can.
That's right.
This is a way you make sure those people are helping.
Yeah. And another great example that I answered an email last night. There's a elderly female that has a Bradley pear tree that's split in half, and she can't get it off of her property, and it's dangerous and needs moved. There's not a lot of folks that'll go on private property to do that. But with our CERT members, we send an email out. Hey guys, Miss Smith down here on 123 Street, she needs help. Is anybody able to go help her out? We went as far in the last year to establish a community resource division. This is a group within emergency management that focuses solely on the resources needed for our citizens. Everyday resources, not disaster, but this is those that are unhoused, those with food insecurities, those that need clothing, those with mental health disorders. And we have a department that's focused on coordinating resources from nonprofits and faith-based organizations to make it easier for our citizens to reach those needs. So it's important stuff.
Seventh-day Adventists here are really letting their light shine.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, wow. All right. Sorry, Justin. That's my fault. The CERT program is big, and I don't know how many communities are doing that. I don't know if y'all have that in some of your communities. I know we do here. I used to be involved with the CERT program here years ago. And I think that you do have people that want to help. But that program is so important. It's just like, I was always a big fan of our Citizens Police Academy or the Citizens Fire Academy, because they want to help, but they don't know why we can't let them do certain things or why we need to do certain things in a certain way. And that CERT program helps these people who want to volunteer and want to help. It gives them an idea of why we have to do kind of the method behind the madness, kind of lets them look behind the curtain a little bit so they understand the operations and don't incidentally or accidentally get in the way from doing that. The private property debris removal. So on the streets in Indian Creek, and obviously I'm immensely familiar with that area. Having worked with the police department in Henry County, I've spent a little time there. The streets down in there,
yes.
Were y'all not able to even clear those private roads to respond to emergency calls?
So, kind of. During the first 48, as was mentioned earlier, you get a lot more leeway. So we were able to go and push a lot. But what happened is we ended up with huge piles on the sides, right? And everything in their yards, everything in their driveways, it's still shut down. So yes, we were able to get a majority of it off the actual roadway, but we're not actually able to do anything with it. It has to sit there.
But you were able to clear the roads enough at least for y'all to be able to get access and for them to be able to get in and out.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's key. You have to do it within the first 48. Anything after that, it leaves that emergency operations status and goes to the recovery status, and that's where you can't touch it.
But the trees that were on the structures and things like that, as far as going in and helping get that stuff removed or helping to get anything cleaned up.
As long as the bodies are out, insurance has to come in and do the rest.
Okay. All right. Very good information. Thank you. Anybody else got anything?
Yeah, that's one of the issues that we've had through the years out in my district. We have a private community there, Fairfield Plantation, and they own all of their streets, roads, infrastructure. And so, I think more needs to be done. When they've had issues with the floods of '09, that presented an obstacle there because they didn't have the resources to come in and redo some of the things they needed. And at the end of the day, those are county residents that are in need. So you have to be creative in the way that you respond to that. But I thank you for pointing that out. That's worth hearing again.
And it's not just communities like Indian Creek. I mean, a lot of these communities now that are gated communities and things like that, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of these communities behind the gate, those roads are private.
Yeah.
They're not deeded over to the county. They're not public roads. It's all private property, and that creates some challenges when you're trying to respond to emergencies and help clean up after a disaster. So that would definitely be something if we can look at something with that to help try to mitigate some of the frustration with that. That'd be really good for us to be able to do. So thank you very much. I appreciate the info.
You gotta ask me for my wish list. I've been taking notes all day.
I thought, you're so prepared, I thought you'd just give it to me.
I'm ready when I tell you.
Okay, well.
We've all wished out.
Yeah. Sorry, that was before lunch, sorry. Yes, what would you like, what help us help you?
There we go.
What can we do?
So we made jokes at lunch. Nobody has asked for funding yet when you're throwing it out there. So that's number one on my list, but I'm gonna surprise you a little bit. I am asking for funding for our state agencies. I am asking for prioritized funding for our public safety agencies that support deployable assets during disaster. I am asking for GEMA, Emergency Management and Homeland Security, to have more than 12 to 16 generators to cover a state disaster. I'm asking for funds to go out to maintain the salary of these state employees because it's important that we have a level of consistency with the people that we're working with. Mr. Clark over here has been here for a long time, and he's a staple at GEMA. But in reference to the folks that are in the field, they come and go because they're obviously offered opportunity and more compensation. But it's very important for local jurisdictions to have a relationship with the people in the field that they're working with. And we can't do anything without them being there to support us. So my ask is to push for more funding for state agencies, our GEMA, our forestries, our GSPs, our corrections, specifically for deployable assets and supporting local jurisdictions and responses.
Well, that's certainly, that's something that we have consistently been looking at over the last couple of years, is trying to make sure we continue to invest in our public safety and emergency responders. So that's, I know that'll be something that we continue to try to do, as our resources come in and our budget revenues continue to increase. That's where at least I want to try to invest more of them. So, and if there's something else, if anything else you'd like for yourself or.
No, I'm good. But I'm going to skip a bunch of these, but I do want to mention, and we've done an excellent job as the state of Georgia of this for the past couple of years with Governor Kemp. But I want to acknowledge how critical it is for the state of Georgia to pull the trigger early when it comes to disaster declarations. giving jurisdictions and even state agencies the opportunity to move logistically, make those resource requests, start staging deployable assets, because we already have a state that is declared as a state of emergency. That allows us to do a lot. That allows us to make sure that we make those resource requests, that National Guard is already up and moving, and we don't have to wait 2 days for them to get together and deploy out to help us. So just keep driving that train, make sure that we're getting early declarations of emergency, like this state has been doing. That's made a huge difference. We've noticed it. So.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Governor Kemp has done a great job, and his team has done a great job of getting ahead of these and declaring our emergencies early. We want to make sure that we continue to emphasize that going forward as administrations change and new people come into place. Do you have something else you wanted to?
I just want to tag on to what you said. Years ago, Florida, facing all the hurricanes and everything, they figured out that if they have their plan ready and they know they're going to have to declare, that they could go ahead and file it in advance of the award of that. And so they could quickly move. If the hurricane were forecast to hit them in 12 hours, then their teams that did all their work, and they put it on file, so there wasn't a process of creating it after the fact. And I don't know if that's possible in what you're trying to draw us, and it might even be happening now, but so that's a clerical thing that maybe we could look at, just a way to smooth that road to get that declaration as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I don't know if we do that at the state level or not now.
Yes, ma'am. It's happening well now. Over the past probably 4 years, it's really changed to where we're pulling the trigger early. Before that, it would make landfall. We would have to do damage assessments, and then maybe a day after we might get a declaration, and that causes hardship for us, because we don't know whether or not, these guys with these contracts, do they pull the trigger on implementing a contract that costs millions of dollars if they know they can't get reimbursed for it? It makes an operational difference when you're deciding which way to go. So
Again, thanks, Governor Kemp.
Do you know my friend Cliff Tackett up there? He worked for the Henry County Sheriff's Office for a while. You know him?
I don't know, maybe.
I'll just wonder. You know Cliff?
Well,
You know Cliff? He's a Villarica guy.
yeah, he worked for Department of Driver Services for years as an investigator and with the state. He actually goes to church with me. So I'll tell him you said hello. Yeah.
I'll spare you on the rest of it, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, and finally, Baton Cleanup. We have Glenn Polk, Fire Chief and Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for Spalding County. Directly west, Highway 16, straight out. Yep. If you go out here, take a left out of the parking lot, you run straight into Griffin.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for this incredible opportunity. Baton Cleanup. I do have the opportunity to share some duplicate things for y'all, but I think it'll emphasize the importance in a lot of ways as well. My name is Glenn Polk, and I am one of those emergency management directors that does more than one job. I'm also the Fire Chief of Administration for the Spalding County Fire Department. I'm very blessed to be there. So that's why you got a package deal today. I brought my partner, Mike Bird, who is our Fire Chief of Operations, and it's a strange structure for a fire department, but if you want to talk about that later, we can. But so both fire chiefs, we just do different roles, but we're also our seconds, because we don't have any dedicated seconds to our roles. And that played an important part. That's what Mike will share with you from our response during the tornadoes. So, we have a lot of things we do in being prepared. For many years, from the time I was a volunteer to up to 2010, I was worked my way up the ranks from volunteer to captain. And I was on the operations side of emergency management because it's one of those other duties that's assigned that you volunteer for. 2010, I was able to get appointed to a deputy director role, and I was a seasoned veteran in 2011 when we had the tornadoes then of 6 months. So like Kevin with this one, which at that time, 2011, it damaged 426 houses and 26 businesses and 4 houses of worship in Spalding County alone. That was the big tornado outbreak from Alabama that transferred over here. Learned a lot of good lessons that I was able to apply to this, and a lot of plans came out of that. And then in 2018, when Chief West retired, I was appointed to director. So a lot of things have come out over the years. One thing is, you've heard a bunch about relationships. I've got friends I can call in the middle of the night, them two being some of them, that they don't hang up on me after I wake them up. And Kevin was actually one of the first ones that called me to check on me that night after the tornadoes, when things the dust settled a minute. What can I do for you? And I said, I need help. And he had folks on the road and got stuck on I-75 to come help me. And 3 other jurisdictions did the same thing emergency management wise. And Mike will tell you about some of the other mutual aid that came in to help us. So that was imperative. The relationships, the ongoing face-to-face things we do monthly, basic get-togethers, we review plans, whatever we're reviewing, we do drills. We're required to have 3 a year exercises, from either a full scale all the way down to a tabletop. We have great partners. We have a multi-year plan that we average about eight exercises a year just in Spalding County alone. So CERT program, it came out real big after the 2011 tornadoes. So we started our program in 2012. So we actually have our 21st CERT program scheduled starting September 30th of this year. So we're very proud of that. Unfortunately, that's one of those red tape things. If you read the CERT liability manual, that's about so thick, there's a lot of liability with folks that may haphazardly, if you don't have a great training program like I know these guys do, there's a lot of liability in that. So what we try to persuade people is to work under other umbrellas. We want you to help us, but we want you to have your liability under somebody else. Whether it's the Red Cross, who definitely need people all the time, whether it's the Salvation Army. We're very fortunate to have a volunteer organizations active in disaster and on our local level that has a lot of our faith-based folks, non-government folks that supply those folks to us. And they're a major part of our volunteer coordination plan and our donated goods warehousing plan. So all of it comes together. It's just a kind of a different way of getting to the point. So just wanted to share that with you starting off. But as everybody knows, this is Hobby Lobby. It took a direct hit on that crazy afternoon on a Thursday in January. This was actually definitely one of the worst disasters on record for our community. Like I said, 2011 was the one prior to that. We had some winter weather, federal declarations, and of course Brad mentioned the floods and the tornadoes we had back in the early 90s as well. So, but this did definitely rank up, definitely one of the worst for our community. Our timeline, like Brad said, I don't know that scientific word either, but we had 5 tornadoes at the same time on the ground in Spalding County, and it's one of those weather phenomenons that they've only read in textbooks. In fact, Keith Stellman from the National Weather Service, he was there. We were looking at it, and he called me back about 11 o'clock one night. He said, "I figured it out. It's such and such, whatever it was, where tornadoes spin off other tornadoes." And we had 5 tornadoes on the ground. He said, "I'm only seeing 3 tracks, but that's what happened, is the other damage came from the other tornadoes that spun off each other." And it was, unfortunately, we have that claim to fame now of the word I can't pronounce. I'll let Mike talk to you a little bit about the time frame.
Good afternoon. So as you said, I'm Fire Chief of Operations, so my snapshot in all this starts at 4:10 when suddenly we get a report there's a tornado on the ground in Spalding County. So we had a very low-tech emergency operations center. We quickly went into it. We have a great program here. We're partners in crime. We do everything together, and it works great. I back him up in emergency management. He keeps me employed in the fire department, so it's a great relationship. The problem is when 5 tornadoes hit your grounds, it don't work. So quickly went into our emergency management center, operations center, and something was not right. We were getting damage reports on one part of the county, then another part of the county, then another part of the county. Like, this something's wrong with this picture. So we're a little bit larger in Butts County. We have 65,000 residents total, including the city of Griffin. We have 7 fire stations, and we had a massive 19 people on duty that night. And dispatch was quickly overwhelmed. At one point, I had Chief of Henry County and Chief Hill from Fayette County call me on my cell phone going, "Is your dispatch center down? Because we're getting your calls." I said, "No," because they were rolling every call to my cell phone in the emergency operations center. So they're getting calls. What we later realized is the system did what it was supposed to. It was so inundated, when you called 911, it didn't go through, it routed to the next jurisdictions. So with relationships established, about 30 minutes into, I get a text from a gentleman by the name of Henry Argo, who's the current fire chief of Palmetto, who actually is on the Georgia Incident Management Type 3 team, and said, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, sir." You ever heard the duck on the pond syndrome? I was the duck on the pond. On top, I looked very calm. My feet were running as fast as they could under that water, but I had to stay calm. So I said, "No, I need help." He said, "I'm on way." He said, "Do you need the incident management team?" I'm like, "Yes, please." I didn't know if we were going to be able to pay for them. I didn't understand how that process worked. I just know we weren't going to be able to handle what was currently going on with our county. So he got en route very quick. About that time, Chief Polk walked in and said, "Do you want GSAR?" And for those people that are not familiar with GSAR, it's called the Georgia Search and Rescue Team. It was a program that developed after September 11th, so we'd be prepared for disasters like this. We said yes. Before we were even ready for them, we had 100 people trained in structural collapse search sitting in our back door, and arrived with a tractor trailer full of equipment. The incident management team arrived shortly thereafter, but before that had occurred, we were receiving so many calls. We had how many calls by 1 o'clock in the morning? Over 200 calls between 4 o'clock and 1 o'clock in the morning. We're not the Cobb County Fire Department. That's not normal for us. So we had fielded with that assistance, and we also requested 5 engines from the Georgia Mutual Aid Group very early on. We had them in place, and we were able to search and clear every house before daybreak of the next day. Simply because we knew something wasn't right. We knew we weren't going to be able to handle it. And in the fire department, we're very prideful people. We want to handle our own. That goes out the window. And you say, you got to do what you got to do to take care of your citizens. So by asking for help to get there, the Georgia Search and Rescue Team, so you've been asking the question, please keep funding that program. Because when small communities get hit, we're not prepared to handle this. And they rolled in, and as a result, we did not lose a single life, which, had that one tornado shifted track, which he's going to show you the tracks, it would have taken out a nursing home. So I can only imagine, within half a mile of each other. But with their resources coming in, we were able to do what we didn't think we'd be able to do. The incident management team arrived, and it was like the cavalry. I have no layers between me and the fire department. It's myself, and then down to an operational battalion chief. He was trapped out in running calls and couldn't even get to, because all the storm damage, couldn't get to the emergency operations center. When they arrived, it allowed us to take the incident management system to the level it should have been. I could step out of operations, we could divide the county into 2 divisions, and we got a better grasp on it and started moving very quickly. And I'm 38 years into the fire service now. I'm a graduate executive fire officer. When I went to their program, they put you through $1 million simulator, and their goal is to break you. They will throw everything imaginable at you. Nothing could prepare you for that night. And the whole time you're standing there and you're trying to field all these calls, and all you can think of is your citizens in need, and you can't get to them. So please, if you look at Georgia Search and Rescue Incident Management Team, they do a lot of good. They do. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Chief Polk, and because that's the actual snapshot of the event, but his pre-planning and his post-planning is what saved us that night.
It's definitely a team effort, if you can't tell already. So this is actually Arthur K. Bolton that takes you out towards 75 from Griffin. You can't just have one thing going on. I won't show it to you, but we actually had a tractor trailer overturn in the tornado, would cause a fuel leak and traffic jam with the tornado fast approaching. So this was our tracks. We had one EF3, two EF2s, and one if one of those 5 tornadoes that affected Griffin and Spalding County. So I haven't even mentioned Griffin yet. So usually in the past, every disaster we've had in Griffin and Spalding County, it's either been Griffin that's gotten hit or the county's gotten hit. We've never gotten hit at the same time. We've always prepared, but we've never done it. So we've always been able to help each other. We have a great relationship. But this, night, that was not the case. So that's why we were luckily able to start calling in help early on. This was the area that this was our ground zero that Mike mentioned. This is off Highway 16 going from Griffin to Noonan. This was a neighborhood called Kendalltown and took a direct hit. And that's a cement slab. If you, I was in the helicopter, being able to do the aerial view. If you're sitting right over where this house is adjacent to, if you look just to the north from there, 75 to 100 yards maybe, is Brightmore Nursing Home, Assisted Living, and Hospice. And that would have been a devastating blow to us. And so very, very fortunate. We didn't lose a life. Homes affected, we were fast, we understood the importance of damage assessments, and we do have trained, even though unfortunately we did have the need to have more because we're inundated with homes. And so we've been able to train some additional people and persuade the importance of damage assessments, because this happened on a Thursday afternoon. GMA was already asking for numbers by Friday, Saturday, give or take. And we were able to give it to them by Saturday, and we were fairly declared on Monday the 16th, which was a blessing to get those resources rolling. But the city of Griffin alone, 1,454 homes, in the county part, 765 homes, almost 2,300 homes and businesses affected. Devastating blow for housing, because in the city you have about 70% rentals and 30% ownership. In the county, it's the opposite. We have about 70% ownership and 30% rentals. And trying to find additional rental homes or spaces for these folks was very, very hard. And that's ongoing now too, because another resource we have that we're very blessed with that started back in 2011 is a long-term recovery committee. We have our Spalding Collaborative, who has a board of directors that can facilitate donations and funding. They have a team that evaluates people who are in need, just whatever we can do to try to get those folks back to their normal. And they're ongoing. In 2011, they worked for 4 years doing this, and so they're still working today. Limited funds, working off donations, but they're trying to get people the help, and Kevin and his teams helped us out on numerous occasions with some of their resources. So lots of good, hardworking people behind the scenes, just trying to help people get back to their normal. Lots of challenges, we talked about that. First hours, we didn't have any routes. Talking about the way to get around, we'll talk about that in a minute. Numerous yards of debris, we'll talk about that in a minute. So 112 miles of our county roads were affected. We estimated 1.5 million, ended up being about 1 million cubic feet of debris on the ground. One of those things that we had I'd always been planting the seed. Hey, we may need to have some contracts for debris, or should this happen. It just never was brought to the forefront. So I tried to make sure we were still prepared. And so in my debris management plan, my emergency operation plan, and our Spalding County financial plan, all had emergency procurement measures in there. And so we were able to do it under the emergency protocol and still get the help we needed pretty fast. And those guys that brought the cavalry, like y'all said, that was an amazing team. 95% of our roads had at least one lane by 8 a.m. and on Friday, and then by Saturday we had the roads were all passable, trying to get to those folks, and that's how we were able to do the damage assessment. Georgia Search and Rescue came in and did their thing, searching house by house and getting everybody taken care of. As like we didn't have enough going on. This was about 4:30 in the afternoon, so this is when people typically going home from school, work. Like I said, no injuries, but travel time could take up to 4 hours, depending on, so we had people running out of gas. We did have some calls for service where trees were on vehicles and different things. But not only that is the school system's plan when they're called in severe weather, was to route to their middle schools. We have 4 middle schools, and they're kind of situated throughout the county, so they were able to be logistically put in different areas of the county as a safe place. So we had about 800 kids that had been on buses that were in our 4 middle schools during the same amount of time. So we worked, in addition to what we were already doing, we worked with the schools to make sure they had supplies for the students, which most of them did. We just supplemented what they had. And then we worked with Red Cross. We were able to kind of just dwindle down the kids between contacting the parents the way they do, getting them picked up on the roadways they could use, and then we were able to dwindle it down to maybe 2 facilities, to 1 facility, to the administrative building. And then by 3 o'clock in the morning, we actually had all 800 kids back to their homes with the help of a lot of folks from law enforcement, school system. DNR came in on their 4-wheelers and were able to help us make some of those roadways and make contacts to those parents that couldn't get out. And cell phones were spotty at that time too. Mike had mentioned to you about how we were so inundated with calls that all of the way our 911 system is set up is if you get inundated, then they roll over to your surrounding jurisdictions, and then they were calling us to make sure we were aware of that. And so definitely a lot of call volumes coming in. And, we've learned a lot of lessons from this. We had a very basic emergency operations center, but it was a dedicated emergency operations center. In 2011, we worked in a bay of our headquarters fire station. So this, we were very prepared as far as a place to be. It was a retrofitted building, but we've been able to get some grants and different allocations through budgeting that we have a dedicated operations room in our emergency operations center, and that's where all my teams come together from public safety. We have a ham radio component in there. We have a dispatch component in there. Everybody can talk, and then they can go to the very next room where our emergency management team or incident management team is set up, along with the essential support function resources that can coordinate, and they can work hand in hand, side by side. So it's a very good system for our community, and we practice it on a monthly basis. Power, we talked, the Georgia Power guys here earlier. Griffin Power was drastically hit along with Georgia Power and EMC, but it didn't hit any of our substations, but the tornado affected right outside the substations, took out the entire grid, almost from scratch. They estimated, at that time we had 1 shelter requested with the Red Cross, because we knew downtown had been hit, and that's a very congested area. But then when we found out that the grid system was going to have to be totally rebuilt, they estimated an additional week to a week and a half. So we went ahead and requested a second Red Cross shelter, which ended up being one of our rec centers, which we'd never used a government building before. So we had to request the facilities for that too, a restroom trailer and a shower trailer, to make sure that folks had the facilities they needed. These guys went to work, and they actually had this whole system rebuilt in 9 days, which was phenomenal. These guys worked day and night as much as they could, and we were supporting them the best way we could. So they really made a difference trying to get people back to that normal. The only ones they didn't have in a week and so time, the only ones they didn't have reconnected was the ones that had so much damage they couldn't reconnect. And so very blessed with all the hard work for them. Mercer Operations Center, we had people in there. We did the 2-day meetings, just make sure communication was seamless, make sure everybody knew what was going on, make sure we had everybody's needs addressed to help them help others. Like I said, we had great partners. We had Salvation Army doing a lot of feeding, Red Cross coming in, setting up shelters for our folks, helping to support them. They had representatives in our Merch Operations Center, so it was seamless communications. And like I said, we were pretty much overwhelmed from the onstart for mutual aid. We do have the statewide mutual aid agreement for those resources, but like I said, we had the incident management team, fire rescue, search and rescue, public works, the volunteer ROAD. Like I said, we're very blessed to have volunteer coordinators, donated goods warehouse, and then our communication partners came in to help supplement some of our internet and phone services. And some of the phone services were set up for our volunteer coordination, so they'd have a direct line. So this was the folks that come help us on the fire EMA side, Forsyth, Covington, Coweta, Fairburn, Houston County, Henry, of course, Fayetteville, Forest Park, G-Star Task Force, and Coweta and Pike EMA, Henry Fire, Lamar Fire, and Thomaston. And then, like you said, you can't have just one thing going on. We actually had a working structure fire at the same time that was not in the affected areas that Chief Byrd had to deal with as well. And if I'm not mistaken, Covington was the first in.
Our first three were Pike County, Covington, and I want to say Lamar County. Then we were like the fourth instructor, and that way it was significantly working fire. And on any given day, we had a turned over tractor trailer. That's a big event by itself. And now a house fire was at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a bizarre night.
Yeah. So thank goodness for these partners. So like I said, we did have Public Works. Our Public Works Director is very engaging with all of his partners. He's in all the different organizations, so relationships. So he was a very good partner for us. But he had Fayette County, Coweta, Upson, the Department of Corrections guys. DNR was a huge help, especially with their four-wheelers. Our Water Authority, and one of our private contractors, McElroy, came in and helped with those efforts, and along with Georgia Forester, who are incredible in doing what they do. We tried to advertise and get the information out best we could on all of our relief resources, from our shelters to foods to our distribution center, food replacements, animals. Animals are huge. People do not want to go to a shelter if they can't take care of their pets. Once again, blessed as we are, we had a relatively new animal shelter with our old animal shelter waiting to be refurbished for another purpose. But we also have a donated trailer from our American Kennel Club that will hold, it's got cages and resources in there for up to 60 pets. And so we have such a vast amount of volunteers that we're able to set that trailer up, and those American Kennel Club or Humane Society will come in and man those pets. During any event. We can set it up next to a human shelter if we need to. In this case, we set it up next to our already existing animal shelter, and we come in, and so we were responsible for pets for the city of Griffin and for the county. We were inundated, as you can imagine, so we went in because we had that real cold winter around Christmas right before this, and it had, since the old animal shelter hadn't been used, it had a few busted pipes. The HVAC needed some updating because it had to be inspected by the Department of Ag to be official to hopefully ask for the reimbursement. So we just did it because we knew we needed it. And then I tried to claim it on a project for our reimbursement, which I was originally denied. And learning, understanding that system and misinterpretation of policy from their turnover too, they're having a hard time too, relatively new person. I appealed it and used their own verbiage on why they denied me, and I got it overturned. And they finally, but it's just about being open and being for interpretation. The interpretation kind of goes out the window, and it wouldn't have mattered. We had to have a place for the pets. We had to take care of our folks, and we would have done it either way. But it's just nice to get that retribution back, knowing you're just trying to help your community. Because at that time, we were on the verge of millage rate increase, property taxes increase. We were in a bad spot as a budget for our county. So we've been very blessed because can't budget for disasters, right? So we were knew and needed these resources, but wondering at the same time, are we going to be able to get reimbursed to make sure it's not going to be a burden on our taxpayers in addition. So a lot of good partners came in. Donation Center, like I said, we have a ministerial alliance and a volunteer organization acting in disaster with one of our faith-based folks, and they've donated part of their building to just house donations and have a donated goods warehouse. In fact, they were retro in their building during this time, and they went back to the architect and they reconstructed their whole plans just to make sure they could actually offer this to our community going forth. And so City Church in downtown Griffin. So great partners. They do a lot of partner stuff with us. And this is their building on Solomon Street. This is our office. We had a part of what Verizon did for us. They set up a hotline. So we had a volunteer coordination center. set up. It started at our office. It got so big, we transferred it up to the senior center, and that was the coordination center. We had volunteers up there answering up to 6 phones at 24 hours a day till we scaled it down depending on the need. And very high tech whiteboard, but this was all our resources. And so all the volunteers could actually see what they could offer people. And all they were trying to do is the people calling in that needed help, and they were just trying to coordinate with the people that wanted the help. And it was a very good system. And still going on today with the Long-Term Recovery Committee. Lot of good folks helping out. And this was a different way of trying to track how they needed to get those folks to where they needed to be. We talked about the Long-Term Recovery Committee. A lot about that. That was our partners getting up the debris. We had talked about debris, private land. Our workaround to that was if they could get the debris to the right of way. And of course, there was a lot of land that was really devastated, numerous trees. But if they could get that debris to the right of way, we would be allowed to pick that up for reimbursement. The problem being if you had maybe a aging family or something that couldn't really do that, but that's where the volunteer coordination came in, is those people that wanted to help, we would coordinate them with people who had downed trees or whatever on their property to get that stuff to the right of way and help them out the best we could. And it helped a lot. There were still a lot of people in need, but we did do that. And we actually picked up debris all the way to March 31st is when we did the cutoff line. We had to do, this was our debris collection like they talked about. We had to get the EPD to come out and approve that. This was actually, I don't know how many acres it is behind our headquarters fire station in 1941, but it was kind of funny when the FEMA guy wanted to come look at it and he wanted to measure it and he didn't even bring a measuring tape. And so I had to make sure I got him a wheel because he was going to walk it off, and this is 1 million cubic yards of debris. So that's my kind of funny tale for the time. We did get declared. One thing that we're very proud of that has helped our community is the incentive program for reimbursement through GEMA. These are the categories that we have in our work plan. If you meet all these categories, then typically FEMA only reimburses you 75%. But with these categories, it helps you out with an extra 2.5%. So you can actually get 77.5%. And the difference it made on this disaster alone was $213,000 in Spalding County alone by just having this and updating this every year. So we're very proud of that and thankful that we were able to get those extra funds and less payout for our local folks. By the numbers, this was our original estimate of what was going on, but at the end of the day, I don't have the updated one. No, I don't. No. We were estimating about 25.5 million between Griffin and Spalding. Wasn't quite that much, but in Spalding it was about 8.5 million. And to date, with all the hard work, we just got allocated the project Cat Z. We're right at 90% reimbursement, and we're very proud of that. And we have another appeal. They also denied us our donated goods resource project, and that's $665,000 that we are very prayerful that they'll get allocated to us, that they'll see fit as well to overturn that appeal. But right now we're at 90%, and that's from a lot of hard work and jumping through the hoops and understanding the tape to go around. We probably left somebody out, didn't have any else room on the slide because we're very blessed with all of our partners. And any questions?
I think the people of Buchanan are thankful to have folks that have hung in there and fought the good fight with the red tape and took those handcuffs off and got you some money back. And
very blessed.
I think that they're very, very blessed to have y'all in the fight for them.
I don't think the title fireman describes what y'all have done.
Best job in the world.
And the citizens of Georgia are lucky, and for us as your panel, we're learning so much, and I hope the ones listening are also taking in what's going on because it will be applicable to other people. We're still experiencing things in my county which you can't even imagine. And there's a lot of support when the emergency happens. But 6 months later, we've kind of moved on to the next thing. But a tragedy like we've been dealing with all day long, it continues and continues. And so there are other corollary type things that go along. For example, we learned that a lot of people who inherited their homes and were paying their property taxes, they thought they owned their home, but their great-grandmama died and left it to this granddaughter, and this granddaughter had her children there. They didn't have title. So if you don't have title to your property, you don't get any of these funds that you're hoping to get. So one of the things we learned is we need a legal team. Actually, that's preparation. You need somebody to go in and say, just as a courtesy check, where's your title? Because you don't even think of that. And there's other things. In my county, a tornado hit in March, and it was our city administrator was talking to me about November, so, and he said, well, this is going to be the worst thing we have to deal with. And I said, what is it? He said, all these people who don't have homes have now got to pay their property tax. And it's like when you buy your car and you totally wreck it, you still owe for it. Mm-hmm. And so the good thing for us and the support of the Georgia legislature and the citizens of Georgia did a 92% vote to support an action of the local governments to suspend that tax for the year of the emergency. So I think there are other takeaways that we could hear from y'all is, how did you cope with what used to be an ordinary thing that became extraordinary during that time? But yeah, I think we have a lot of superheroes in Georgia. So Thank y'all for what you've done.
It's funny you say that. FEMA, the way the process is, we had a disaster recovery center in Spalding. So we had people going to apply for FEMA assistance, and I mentioned to you the abundance of renters we have. So the homeowners were applying for the FEMA assistance. The renters were denied because they were putting the same address. But not only that, they were getting letters that say denied across the top. But then when you read it at the bottom, so who's going to read the bottom when you say denied? You throw it up and wad it up and throw it in the trash. But it says, oh, if you turn in your insurance information, this or this. But we had so much educational boundaries, obstacles to try to make sure people understood that there was still hope. Just keep plugging away and keep trying to do that to try to get the best assistance they could. So that was a struggle as well, trying to educate folks on that.
Just real quick, because we're wrapping up, the Verizon hotline. Did y'all staff that? Do you have a staff of volunteers for your call center or whoever was manning that hotline? It was our volunteer coordinators, yes, sir. Okay. And we touched on this locally. I think Brad Johnson mentioned it. The local vendors wanting. I know when that's happened, I had a lot of people calling me, saying, "Hey, I want to help. I want to get involved, or I have, my business does this, and I'd like to be able to help do some of the work in my community." And they weren't able to do that because of reimbursement. Right. And this is for any of y'all. I probably should have asked earlier. If you have any suggestions on ways to do that, I know you mentioned kind of putting some money up front, but I've heard, and I can't remember now who it was or exactly what it was, but a way or a plan to try to start getting some of our local vendors a way to be certified through FEMA, maybe as a subcontractor or of another contractor. Sorry, could you just in the mic, just so, because people online can't hear and it won't be archived in the video. Sorry. That's why we have to make you stand still when you talk.
I understand. Sorry about that. So we are looking in January. Our new chamber director, her father has a cleanup or is a contractor. So she has a ambition, because some of the ones who've contacted you, representative, have contacted her. So we're actually having a meeting in January and having them come out, giving them time give them information, and try to find a way to get them through the loopholes to be able to be on the subcontractor list for FEMA, and if it is a decorated. I think we also, it's her goal, our local goals to it, hey, that's what we have to do. If we have to upfront some money for the funds on the side, the fund for disaster response, do we have that to get our citizens ready? But there is a way, if we find out more information, we'd be glad to share with everybody.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
The way we got around it during the initial tornado response phase was functioning through our faith-based organization. So we had one church that stood up and said, hey, we will be the conduit for all of the volunteer businesses that want to get out there and help, that we can't say you're now going from a Henry County standpoint because of liability, because of the FEMA rules. But we did establish a hotline. Citizens could call if they had private property issues where the log company or tree removal can go out there and address private property needs, but they're not communicating through Henry County. They're communicating through a church that sends teams out. So going through faith-based organizations to utilize them helps, but does not get them paid locally.
Okay. And lastly, just what would you like to see, or what are some things that we can do, or some things we can talk about? I'm glad Chair Lady Smith mentioned that legislation. I know that was something that, in Coweta, because she came back after that happened, and strangely enough, the county could not abate any of those tax bills for properties that were damaged or destroyed or they couldn't live into. Yeah, yeah. They couldn't do that, so we had to enact legislation to enable local communities to be able to suspend or abate some of those taxes if a property is damaged or unlivable or destroyed, right? So things like that, if there's anything that you would like to suggest, or things that you've seen or learned through this or any other incidents that we could do, we'd love to hear them.
One little piece of red tape I haven't been able to get around, and my good buddy Stephen is here, and he's been a source of help and guidance for 7 some years, and he even come to me and asked me about it today, which I can't thank you enough for your support. But one thing we were missing, and still are missing in Spalding County, as much as we pride ourselves on being prepared, is a generator for our emergency operations center. And I applied for one in 2017, and since then it has been in FEMA approval, and with GEMA's hands being tied to actual give it to us. But then in the spring, some got awarded, but they can't tell me if I'm on the award list or not. And so they can't. So here I am. I've hold my breath every time Dave Nadler or Keith Stellman sends out something. And we have had in Hurricane Irma, I've got everything portable too. I've got boxes of stuff. If we have to go to another EOC, if we lose power, we can take our show on the road if we have to. We don't want to because all our stuff's there. But in Hurricane Irma and the snowstorm, I can't remember which one it was. All of them run together. Because we were, like I said, we're in a retro building. As a senior center, they didn't have a generator. It's a great resource, great tool, facility right now. Just missing that one piece. And so 7 years, I'm an open-minded, understanding person, but 7 years on a needed thing, equipment for a critical facility. I can only imagine their frustration, because I hate to even call it asking, but I just got to know, because I can't budget for it if they're saying I'm going to get it, or it's in approval process. So thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that and all your support.
So you've been trying for 7 years to get awarded a generator through a state grant.
Well, it's through the state has a mitigation grant through FEMA.
Okay, and they say that the ones have been awarded now this spring, but they can't tell you if you are one of those.
Not yet.
Do we know why?
I don't know why.
I would say that you are not one of the ones that got awarded if you haven't been notified.
Okay.
So
So it would seem in this situation, no news is not good news. That's
what I just found out.
Yeah. Sorry, we didn't mean to have this be the big reveal. And I do understand the frustration, because you're right. If you need one and you're gonna get one, you budget for one, you hate to do that. And now you just found out today. Unfortunately, your budget's already been done. I'm sure the county budget's already been done as of July 1st.
So now I gotta wait a year before I can put in for it, yeah.
I have one question. How much is it? How much would one cost?
We're looking at around 100,000 to,
Okay. Well, maybe can you accept gifts? Anybody listening?
Probably not. The gratuity clause. Remember, we
can't, the state can't, but
we can't do that.
Can there be a charity out there that?
No, but that is, maybe we can look at that process, and we'll talk with Stephen.
We had even been working with Senator Ossoff's office. They offered a hand to us, and I guess they thought we were going to get it too, because they, through their initiatives or whatever, I can't remember the thing they offered to help with funding too. I guess they thought we were actually getting close to getting it as well. So, because they had.
Maybe we could put Representative Crow in a Dunkin' booth. let's develop a little seed money there.
That would raise a record amount of money. I promise you. There would be you'd have to have an incident command set up to manage the line that would line up to dunk me in that booth.
Let's make Clint Crow.
Yeah, there we go. Anything else that you think of that, and if you do think of something later, please reach out and let us know.
Yes,
I appreciate your information. A lot of those stories learned, and y'all did a fantastic job. I'll tell you, you talk about Brightmoor nursing home and hospice. My wife's stepmom, her dad, my father-in-law, had passed away several years ago, and so she was really the only family left for her stepmom. We had just moved her into Brightmoor Hospice right before this happened, and drove over that weekend. And we didn't think we were going to be able to get there. She didn't even know, because we had to go check on her, and we had to take a circuitous route around Spalding County. It was not a straight line out 16 like it normally would be. We had to go around some corners, but there was a path clear, and we were thankful for that, because she was able to get there and check on her, and it was extremely close to that. That could have been an even more terrible disaster.
Yes,
if that storm would have hit that place. So y'all did a fantastic job responding, and thank y'all for what you did. So, and thank you for being here today. So
thank y'all for the opportunity.
All right, well, that is all of our presenters for today. Any of the members, you had any final thoughts, remarks, anything you want to say today? I know y'all are packed up and ready to go. If you have just a minute, we're going to try to nail down the date, if you got just a second, when we get done, for our next meeting. Our next meeting is going to be in Savannah. The date is being real close to being nailed down, so we'll have that forthcoming. But I just want to thank everybody that showed up today. All of our presenters that came. This is it's a great start. I think we got a lot of information. I know I made a lot of notes that I'll go back and review, and it's just a start to a great conversation that we want to have, and some things that we can do to try to help recover from and hopefully mitigate damage from these disasters. And so we will continue doing that, and if there's no further business, we will stand adjourned. Thank y'all.
Good meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank y'all.